Um, I'm sorry. I'm sick, as you guys can probably tell by my voice. So I didn't prepare. I'm very, very sorry. I didn't even make a community post to let you guys know we were starting a new trial today. And I didn't make a thumbnail. I didn't do a description. I didn't do anything. Bad Debbie. I'm so sorry. Oh, thank you. Thank you, just because. So, this is um Colin Griffith. He's 17. His parents were divorced, and um he lived with his dad, and I don't know the details about that. I don't know why he lived with his dad. He may have chosen to do that. Um, and he killed his dad. Said it was self defense. That his dad um, came after him. However, they did motions in limine, and the jury is not going to know that he killed his dad. That was ruled self defense or accidental or something like that. So that was in Oklahoma. He came to Florida to live with his mom, and he actually said that he did not want to live with his mom. He wanted to live in foster care. If he didn't live in foster care, he would kill his mother. So he lived in foster care for a short while, and then they pulled him out and killed his mother. And then he said that she fell on the knife. Just because, take it away. She fell on the knife. How many times did she fall on the knife? She fell on my knife 10 times. Every time I say that, I think of you. So, he stabbed his mom, and then he went to his grandma's house. So apparently, grandma would have been next. I'm thinking. So they arrested him because they said, well, obviously they arrested him for killing his mom, but they said like then it would have been grandma, and then it would have been whoever else in the family. Like I don't know what's wrong with this kid. Like he just wanted to kill his whole family. So we did do um in one of the live streams during a break, we did the press conference that the sheriff did, and I think we did his bond hearing. I do have the motions in lemonade that say they're not allowed to talk about the dad's case. We'll read one of those during. We'll read that during one of the breaks. So, and I do have the press conference ready, pulled up. We can watch that during the break too. You can watch that again. So, so I'm sorry I didn't get you guys caught up beforehand, but and lurkers and replay crew, I love you guys. So, but as always, when you're the jury, you don't get to know this stuff beforehand either. So, killer son murder trial.
produced in evidence as the murder weapon.
Depending on how.
First, I thought she was referring to opening.
Referring, for instance, if
clean cut look, like I mean, of course, in court they've got them all nice looking, but in like body cam footage and stuff.
Right, and yeah, so I want to make sure.
Like, I mean, I know looks don't mean anything, but
okay,
you know what I mean. Like a gangster or anything, you know? It's like a little... I'm gonna have to mute my mic.
Mr. Griffith is present with Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry. Mr. Levine is here for the state. Is there anything that we need to take up before the jury comes in?
No, Your Honor.
Judge, I just wanted to remind you that the Oklahoma ruling is very narrow about what can come in, because I anticipate that there will be a witness from Oklahoma today. I don't know if it's a good idea to instruct him before he testifies, to be safe.
Who's the witness?
Christopher Hyde, Your Honor.
Is he, do you know about when today he might be testifying?
Yes, either right before lunch or right after lunch, Your Honor.
All right. So when you intend to call that witness, just ask for a break.
Yes, sir.
All right.
The other thing is, I didn't object during jury selection to references to this murder, but I would appreciate that the state not use words that invade the jury's province and imply that the ultimate facts have already been decided, like kidnapping and murder, things like that.
Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, I will be using the words murder and kidnapping. There's nothing wrong about that or objectionable. That's what he's charged with. There's nothing inappropriate about saying those words. Obviously, the jury is here to determine whether he's guilty of those things.
Ms. Thornhill, are you referring, for instance, if Mr. Levine is asking a witness, you know, at the time of the killing or murder, as Mr. Levine wants to say, that it's that type of,
Right.
when he's talking to a witness, not saying things like that.
Not talking about the charges, because of course those are what the charges are, but speaking with, say, a detective and saying, when Colin murdered his mom, when killing is fine, that's fine, homicide is fine, incident is fine, describing facts is fine, but using the words that are going to be, it's going to be the jury's duty to determine whether a kidnapping and a murder happened.
Additional response, Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, first I thought she was referring to opening statement, which doesn't sound like she has a problem, and she should not have a problem with me saying murder or kidnapping opening statement. as it pertains to questioning of the witnesses, if I feel that it's appropriate and there's nothing to the contrary from the court, I don't think there'll be anything inappropriate about using those words.
I think that's reasonable.
Yesterday he
For
called the
openings,
night.
you're not talking about openings.
I mean, I would prefer that we keep it more neutral at this point, rather than assigning actions a certain legal description or conclusion that the jury is going to be required to reach, rather than either one of us.
I think that the use of the word murder or kidnapping or anything that connotes a legal conclusion about this killing or these events, depending on how that comes out, the context in which those words are used,
Thank you, Jackie. Welcome.
I think certainly sometimes that would be a sustainable objection. For instance, if you're asking a witness questions and you say something like at the time that the defendant murdered his or something like that, I think that is inappropriate and argumentative. I'm a little uncomfortable saying you can't say any of that in opening statements until I hear that. So just be on your toes, Ms. Thornhill, and I'll entertain any objection you have at that time. Of course, openings are not supposed to be argument, so the state needs to be cautious about its word choice in opening statement. But I could envision a circumstance when use of the word murder or kidnapping would be appropriate in opening statement and not argumentative. I think it just depends on how it comes out.
I understand.
So I'll direct the state to avoid using those words in an argumentative context during the course of the trial until closing arguments, especially when questioning witnesses. Do you have any questions about that? All right.
And I will say that this arose yesterday because Mr. Levine referred to a knife that was going to be produced in evidence as the murder weapon. So it's that sort of context that concerns me.
Anything additional, Ms. Thornhill?
Just about unsupported opinions being offered by witnesses. Things like bragging, unremorseful. We touched on that briefly the other day, just as a reminder, so that I'm trying to avoid me standing up objecting over and over and over.
Again, I think a lot of those things are context specific, and some lay witnesses can give opinions based on everyday observations. For instance, if someone is crying, I think it's appropriate for the witness to render an opinion that they looked sad. But in general, I agree with you that, lay opinion, when not supported by common sense deductions, is not appropriate. But you'll just have to cross those bridges when and if we come to them.
I like to say we can jump off that bridge when we get to them. But maybe that's just me being pessimistic.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Mr. Levine, nothing? All right. Do we know if the remaining juror has arrived?
Yes, they're already
Or what happened? All right.
Does that mean I have time to take a quick break?
Yes. Counsel and Mr. Hendry, if you tell Ms. Thornhill this when she comes back in, statements or closing arguments, more often closing arguments, will harken back to something that someone said in jury selection. If that is anyone's intention in this case, please do not identify a juror by name. Just you or if you identify the person, why that necessary is a juror number.
Yes, sir.
Y'all, I'm so sorry. Hang on a minute.
Instructions, did you receive those?
I did, and I reviewed them.
The preliminary instruction and the note-taking instruction appear to be standard. Is there any objection to
No
them?
objection.
And again, you do want me to include the portion regarding.
Apparently, my internet has gotten so slow now that I can't even use the mute button on StreamYard to mute and unmute. So apparently, I'm gonna have to use the mute button on the microphone. I like using the one on StreamYard because if I forget to unmute, it reminds me. My internet is getting so bad now. Good morning, Judy. I was almost late too because I didn't want to get out of bed this morning. My internet is getting so bad that my iPad just, and I'm not talking about anything to do with StreamYard or streaming trials or anything like that, just doing stuff around the house. I can't get my iPad to connect to my Wi-Fi half the time. So my quality of, for some reason, my quality of internet has gone down really bad all of a sudden. So it's not just StreamYard that's screwing me up now. It's my internet. It's going cray cray, and I don't know what's going on. So I don't feel bad anymore that I'm switching. So because I was feeling bad, I was like, I've been a customer of his for years, and I don't want to tell him that I'm switching. And now I don't care.
Regarding your client's right to remain silent.
Yes, please.
All right, we're ready when you're ready.
listening. He would prefer that again. I don't know if that's logistically possible.
It is, it's his right to waive, to be present. Does the state have any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
You need to inquire of your client.
Right,
Is
yeah.
that being played today?
I don't know.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Griffith, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You heard what your lawyer just said.
Yes, Your Honor.
I recall that during the hearing regarding the 911 call that was placed in this case, that you asked to be excused from the courtroom. And is that your desire when it's played during the trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you have the absolute right to be present for the entirety of these proceedings, including the presentation and publication of evidence before the jury. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had an opportunity at some point in the past to listen to that recording?
No, Your Honor, but I don't have a desire to.
You understand you have the right to examine all of the evidence that's being presented against you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you do not wish to do that. And you do not wish to be present when it's published if it's received in evidence during the trial.
Yes.
Have you discussed this with your lawyers thoroughly?
Not thoroughly, but I don't think they have any objection. If you have an objection to it, I will accept the return.
Judge, we have not discussed it, for hours or anything, but we have discussed it multiple times, and Colin has been consistent in his wish to not be present while it is played. I feel confident that he's making an informed decision.
If you have some questions for your lawyer or some additional concerns about whether or not you should be present when it's published, I'll give you that time right now.
Do you want to go into that and talk real quick?
All right. Did you let Mr. Hertel know just to hold them in the hallway for just a moment?
Or if it's probably not going to be played before the break, the
All right.
morning break.
That's a
let's do
good
that.
idea.
Yeah.
Don't hold them. We'll handle it after the break. But we do need to talk about at that time where he's going to go.
Right.
When was it
Because
published, I missed it.
I will speak with,
I mean, I don't know if you want the jury to see him going back through the holding cell doors, but
yeah, and I don't know that I like that or not. We'll have to talk about that a little bit more.
all right, we're good, Mr. Hertel.
All rise, please.
I like her suit, that's pretty.
Please be seated. Good morning. Welcome back. Again, my humblest thanks for your continued service in this case. You have been selected and sworn to try the case of the state of Florida versus Colin Griffith. This is a criminal case. Colin Griffith, the defendant, has been accused of the crimes of first-degree murder and kidnapping. The definition of these crimes will be explained to you later. I want to remind you, you must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I give to you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you to consider as evidence. The state's charging document, the indictment that I read to you during jury selection, I want to remind you, is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as any proof of guilt. Remember that it is my responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and to explain those laws to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusations against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt in accord with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Now, before we go any further, it might be helpful if you understand just a little bit about how a trial is conducted. At the beginning, the attorneys will have the opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. However, what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, questioned may also be produced as evidence. Following the presentation of evidence, the attorneys will have the opportunity, again if they wish, to make a closing argument. And following those arguments, I will instruct you upon the law applicable to this case, and you will then retire to consider your verdict. Or fixed opinions about the merits of this case until you have heard all of the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law. Until that time, remember, you must not discuss this case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. Jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own. That includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to the case or the people and places involved with it. You must not visit any of the places mentioned during the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Remember, if you were to investigate, research, or make inquiry on your own outside the courtroom, I have no way to ensure that what you are doing is proper and relevant to the case. The parties likewise do not have the opportunity to dispute the accuracy of anything that you may find, to provide rebuttal evidence to it, or to make argument with respect to that evidence. Non-court inquiries, investigations, and communications unfairly and unlawfully deny the rights our judicial system promises. Now, remember as well, this prohibition regarding communication would include communication with anyone, whether that's close family, friends, employers, neighbors, and each other. No communication means no in-person communication, telephonic, electronic, such as emailing, text messaging, or posting information on an internet website, or social media application, or any other form of communication. As I've mentioned during the trial, we will be taking recesses, and you are permitted to go about your personal affairs during those times. However, it is important to remember that the prohibition on communications applies to the case during these recesses. That's whether you're in the courthouse or anywhere else. If at any time you find yourself in a situation where others are discussing the case in your presence, leave that situation immediately, and at the first opportunity, report it to me by writing it down, giving it to a bailiff, and otherwise keeping it to yourself. As I mentioned, all cell phones, computers, tablets, and other devices must be turned completely off when you are in the courtroom. You may use these devices during the recesses, but even then, remember, you may not use them to gather any information related to the case or to communicate with anyone. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of each other. Each of you has a right to privacy. We don't want that jeopardized by someone taking pictures or making recordings. I want to remind you that a violation of these rules related to communications and outside investigation, violations, I should say, come with serious consequences, including contempt of court, which is punishable by jail and fines. Also, remember, a violation would very likely result in a mistrial, meaning I would send everybody on their way and we'd start all over from square one. That's an expensive proposition for the court, the lawyers, litigants, witnesses, court personnel, your fellow jurors, and the community of taxpayers who foot a major portion of this very public expense. Now, the attorneys are all trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure. It is their obligation to make all objections that they feel are proper. Now, when an objection is made, you must not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. With respect to objections and other legal matters that will arise during the trial, it will be necessary from time to time that I confer with the attorneys outside your hearing. I attempt to minimize the inconvenience to you and having to get up and go back to the jury room by conducting as many conferences as possible out in the hallway with the court reporter, the attorneys, and the defendant, who will have a headset here in the courtroom, and one of his lawyers with him will be out there discussing those matters outside your hearing. You might have heard such conferences referred to as sidebars. Many conferences can be handled in that fashion. However, I assure you there will be times where the arguments I need to consider are more extensive and not properly received here, or in the hallway, I should say, with you waiting here in the courtroom. So you will be asked to step into the jury room from time to time. No matter where that conference is held, you must not speculate on what we are discussing during any of those times. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so, but you are not obligated to take notes. That's up to you. If you decide to take notes, don't get so involved in that process that you become distracted from what is occurring in the courtroom. Among the many things I will be telling you about how to weigh and consider the evidence, one thing I will tell you is that you should consider not only what the witnesses say, but how they act. You can imagine if you're looking down most of the time taking notes, you might miss some important nonverbal information coming from the witness stand. Also, do not be influenced in any way by the fact that I will be taking notes throughout the trial. I do not do that because I think this, that, or the other thing is critical to your determination. I do it simply to save us time later in the case in the event there is a dispute as to what occurred earlier. If I did not have detailed notes, I would have to ask the court reporter to hunt through her stenographic record, find what I'm looking for, and read it back to me outside your presence. She is eminently capable of doing that, but it is quite taxing for her and time-consuming for all of us. So that's the only reason you'll see me taking notes. If you do take notes, whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of any other juror. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's individual memory of the evidence. Mr. Levine, does the state wish to give an opening statement?
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
Mike, hurry up.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It was a Sunday evening, September 8th of last year. in Auburndale, Florida. And it was at that time that the defendant viciously and savagely unleashed his full fury and hatred towards his mother upon her, when he stabbed her with such force that the knife went shooting through her neck muscles, through her esophagus, through her trachea, through her thyroid cartilage, and shot out the other side of her neck. You will hear and see that as this happened, she began to bleed and bleed profusely through the huge gash in her neck. While she bled, the defendant was there and watched as the blood came out of the huge hole in her neck. You're going to hear that he was there as he watched the blood and the life drain from her body until she took her final breath and was officially dead. You're also going to hear that this was exactly what the defendant meant to do, and that this is exactly what the defendant had thought about doing and had wanted to do for quite some time. So much so that he told multiple people, including multiple Charlotte County Sheriff's Office deputies and his own grandfather, the father of the defendant's mother, Colin Griffith. His name's Robert Willantis. You're going to hear from him. He'll fly in from New Mexico, and he'll tell you about those haunting statements that the defendant made. And you're going to see that exactly what the defendant said he wanted to do and said that he would do, he accomplished on the night of September 8th of last year. But how did Kathy Griffith get there, bleeding out on her mother's kitchen floor? In order to understand that, we're going to have to take a step back and take a walk through some time. So you're going to see, of course, not just what happened on and around September 7th and September 8th, some of the critical time leading up to the murder, but you're also going to see and hear how this all began. Now, we're going to take a trip back to February 14th of 2023, the year prior to the defendant killing his mom. At that time, the defendant lived in Oklahoma. And you're going to hear on February 14th of 2023, the defendant killed somebody else when he shot that person 2 times.
What?
He shot that person in the chest, and he shot that person in the head. You're going to hear that it was undisputed that he shot that person, that he was arrested for that killing, and that he has not been charged to this date. Now, after that killing, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant, as a little bit of time progressed, he moved back to Florida. He had been living with his dad for a number of years in Oklahoma.
Okay, during the break, we're going to read the motions in limine because I didn't think they were allowed to talk about that, but apparently they're allowed to talk about it. They just cannot say that it was his dad that he killed. I didn't think they could talk about it at all. You guys, please don't forget to like the video.
Approximately 3 years or so. While he was living in Oklahoma with his dad, his mom lived in Florida in some different places, but including Port Charlotte most recently. And you're going to hear that while the defendant lived with his dad, the mom, as any mom would, greatly missed her son. And she didn't get an opportunity for different reasons, including a very controlling dad that the defendant was living with. So Kathy Griffith basically didn't have much contact with her son, not because she didn't want to, but she would try to call him and talk to him. And it pained her greatly that her son was not with her. You're going to hear that there's another brother, an older brother. He really doesn't have much to do with this case, but nonetheless, there was an older brother who lived with his mom, Kathy, for a period of time before he moved out of the house when he was old enough. So as the defendant moves to Florida, his mom wanted to make up for lost time. That was 3 years, 3 critical years of her life and his life when they didn't do mother-son things. They didn't spend time together. They didn't have all those opportunities that maybe other kids and other parents had. So Kathy, the defendant's mom, tried to make up for lost time. And she took her son on multiple vacations. They took cruises. They went to Disney World. They traveled out of the country. They went to Washington, D.C. And she spent all her time and affection and money on the defendant. That was her son. And that's who she had missed for all those years. Now, was Kathy Griffith the perfect parent? No. Was she the perfect person? No. But nobody is. But you're going to hear that she gave everything that she had, including her life, to try to take care of the defendant and spend as much time as she could with him, even at the cost of her life, which ultimately is what happened. Now, as the defendant and his mom lived in Charlotte County, in Port Charlotte, they lived in a house, a well-kept house. It was the two of them. And they did plenty of things together. Like I said, they went on vacations. They went to the movies. They hung out. It was just the two of them. So they had nothing but basically one-on-one time. And you're going to hear that Kathy Griffith, like any mom, expected certain things. These weren't off-the-wall, dictator-like things. These were simple things that she thought would be appropriate to teach her son about responsibility and respect. Chores, minimal chores, such as weed whack in the backyard, taking trash and food or candy out of his room, helping her around the house with whatever little odd jobs might happen. But you're going to see in here, the defendant wanted nothing of that. He didn't want to be inconvenienced. He didn't respect his mom. He didn't care about his mom. And wherever this deep-seated anger and hatred came from, it was real within him. And he told people about it. So as the days turn into weeks and weeks turn into months, his anger, as you'll see, was building and building.
Judge, I'm going to object to this being argumentative.
As the time went on, you'll see that the mom had to deal with a lot of issues, including being attacked by her own son. You'll hear a little bit about the defendant being arrested at a certain point for domestic violence battery. He was a juvenile, as he still is a juvenile. And you'll hear that he was put on some probation. But in essence, he was not happy with his mom. So he took her down on the ground and stomped on her hand. But they continued to live together. The mom, you'll hear, was afraid of the defendant and what ultimately might happen to her. And she was afraid he would kill her. But she loved him. And you're going to hear that she wanted to be with him. And she was cognizant of the fact that when he turned 18, he was probably going to leave the house. And that would, for all intents and purposes, end that one-on-one time. And he would continue on with his life however he saw fit. So it wasn't like every day was chaos or bedlam in the house. But the defendant had issues. The mom had some issues. But they were working through them. Now, sometimes they would go to the movies together. Sometimes they actually get to see kind of like an inside peek of some time on September 7th and September 8th, the day that the defendant killed his mom. You're going to see that in the form of Ring camera footage that Kathy had set up inside because she was so afraid of what her son might do to her. And you're going to see that there was cameras set up in different parts that basically captured the same or similar things, but you're going to get to see some footage from a kitchen camera that captures the kitchen as well as into the living room. So you're not going to have to sit through 48 hours or 72 hours of just nothing happening, but you're going to see some clips so you can kind of tell what the vibe was on those last 2 days of Kathy's life. You're also going to get to be able to see the timeline as it continues. We talked a little bit about jury selection, about a timeline, because nothing happens in a vacuum. So as the defendant's living with his mom, he starts making these statements that he wants to kill his mom, and that if he has to go back to his mom, he's going to kill her or do her harm or do himself harm. And he tries to make accusations against his mom that you'll see she was never arrested for anything as it pertains to the defendant. But nonetheless, he starts telling detectives, he starts telling deputies. And so the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office has different units, as does a lot of law enforcement agencies. And you'll hear that they took a proactive approach because they didn't want to see anything bad happen to the defendant, and they didn't want to see anything bad happen to the mom. So you'll hear that there were multiple deputies and detectives that would check in on the family, would check in on mom, would check in on the defendant. And their goal was to try to ensure that both parties got along and that, of course, they lived long, happy lives together. It didn't work out that way, not from a lack of their trying. So as the year continues, the defendant, as I mentioned, got arrested for the domestic violence battery. He got Baker acted a time or two. And when he would be about to be released, he would make statements. He would say he didn't want to go with his mom. If he went with his mom, he was afraid of what might happen, of his anger, that he would kill his mom. He also made statements that he was afraid that she would do something to him. But the reoccurring theme that you will hear from the witnesses from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office is that the defendant verbalized what he ultimately did, which is that he would kill his mom. You'll hear from one or more deputies that even asked him, well, how are you going to do that? And he specifically mentioned, sometimes he would mention different things like shoot or stab, but a reoccurring theme was he would mention that he would stab his mom. So the intervention continued with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office. They would talk to both Kathy on the phone, the defendant on the phone. They were accessible. They would call and check in. They would stop by the house and talk. And the defendant and his mom independently, they had the ability to call the deputies and the detectives as well. Now, 2024, around February 19th or so, around that time, or perhaps a little bit earlier, the defendant sent a text message. He had many communications with an attorney that was
I'm gonna object based on we don't know what this is.
Oh, that's privileged if it was to an attorney.
Approach.
Yeah. You don't want to go there. What are you doing, dude? That's not cool. So what date did he kill his mom? Did anybody catch that? Because I missed it. Oh, he doesn't get to go to sidebar, but he gets earbuds. Good morning, Shadow. Oh. Let me see if we can fast forward a little bit because we are a little bit behind.
Of 2024. I mentioned the name.
Thank you, Judy.
You may continue, Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, continuing on to some of the statements that the defendant made that explicitly forecasted what he did on September 8th of 2024. I mentioned the name Robert Willantis. Robert Willantis, as you'll hear, was Kathy Griffith's father. He's the maternal grandfather of the defendant. You're going to hear that Robert Willantis, of course, had a relationship with his grandson, loved his grandson, cared about his grandson, and still does. And the defendant told him something that was super, super disturbing, to say the least. You will hear from Robert Willantis that the defendant said to him that he wanted to kill his mom and how he was going to do it. And the defendant said, more than anything else, I want to slit her throat and feel her bleed out and feel the life leave her body. That's how much I hate her. You're going to hear that Mr. Willantis, needless to say, was absolutely shocked. And he told his grandson, that's sick, that's twisted, you can't do that. You know, you and your mom have issues and you're going to need to work through those issues. September 7th of last year. The morning started with Kathy buying her son, or letting him use her credit card to buy Starbucks. Bought a couple drinks, a breakfast sandwich, and the defendant came home. And this is going to be some of the ring footage that you see. So you'll be able to see some of these interactions. And you're going to see the mom and the son and some about how they're talking to each other and kind of what happened that day. The mom had minimal requests of the defendant. On that specific day, she wanted her son to help her put up a bookshelf. The defendant didn't want to be bothered. The mom wanted her son to weed whack the backyard. The defendant didn't want to be bothered. The mom wanted her son to clean up the food and the candy that was in his room, attracting ants, but the son didn't want to be bothered. You'll see that he had his Starbucks, he had his sandwich, he wanted to do what he wanted to do, which was he wanted to take a walk, get out of the house and exercise. So the end of the day, or sometime during the day, the end result is that the mom got fed up with him. Kathy was sick and tired of being disrespected, sick and tired of doing everything for her son, and basically told him, get out until you can show me some respect. Well, the defendant had no problem with that because he just wanted to do what he wanted to do when he wanted to do it. So he went to his grandma's house. So that's how the defendant and his mom in Charlotte County, how their lives come to Polk County. Because the defendant's grandmother, who is Kathy's mom, her name is Susan Detman. Her and Robert Willantis used to be married back in the day. She had multiple houses. One in the Keys, one in Auburndale, and perhaps one somewhere else too. And got in his car It was a nice Volkswagen black four-door. You'll hear and see that the mom had a white four-door Volkswagen. And the defendant the defendant drove to his grandma's house in Auburndale. And you'll see and hear at his grandma's house, he didn't have to put up with his mom asking him to do things or to be respectful or to do chores. You also hear that during the relationship between Kathy and her son, she got him video games. She got him a phone. She let him use her credit card to fill up and use his bank card to fill up gas. She provided food. Of course, she provided shelter, clothes. I mean, the basic necessities, but she did more than that. The defendant you're going to hear and see is a very smart individual. He was in high school and was, I believe, taking college courses and had an interest in the law. And you're going to see that he was a fairly smart individual, and he would use that knowledge to try to do certain things. So on September 7th, the defendant leaves. The mom is at home, and the mom's angry. She's not happy. Does she want to hurt Colin or kill him?
No.
Or do anything to him? No. She's mad because she knows that her time with her son is slipping away. He's 17 years old by now. Incidentally, he was almost 16 when he killed the individual in Oklahoma. Now he's 17 years old on September 7th and September 8th. So mom is not happy because he's disrespecting her. He's not doing the chores. She's busting her rear end doing everything for this kid who's ungrateful, and she's mad. But nonetheless, she wants him home. She doesn't want him with her mom. She doesn't want him out running the streets or not knowing where he is. So she continually texts him and calls him. Her only desire is to get him home, not to be mad at him or hurt him or ground him. She's willing basically to bend over backwards, as you'll see from the evidence, to just be with him. That's what she wants, is just time with him. You're going to get to see through text messages between her and him, her state of mind and what was going on. And the defendant was basically just blowing her off. He didn't want to be aggravated. But you're going to see kind of the mom was frantic.
Did they Baker Act him? When I watched last night, I can't remember if it was Law and Crime or Court TV, one of their like news segment thingies, said that he wanted to be in foster care, and so they put him in foster care. They literally used the words foster care. I don't know. I missed some stuff because of Spike, and then I got a text from somebody, and did they say Baker Act or help me out? Did they say Baker Act or foster care? Because I missed it. I was thinking foster care, but I didn't know you could voluntarily go into foster care, because that's what I heard on the thing that I watched last night.
Once again, frantic in terms of being a mom and wanting to know where her son was and wanting her son back in her house. So she started to give him ultimatums, things that she wasn't going to follow through on. Some of the things. She was hoping not to have to follow through on any of these things. But you're going to see that she was saying, if you don't come home, I'm going to sell your car. If you don't come home, I'm going to cancel your insurance. I'm going to turn off your phone. And she would turn off the phone that she provided for him multiple times. She would turn off his phone. She would take away his computer. All things that she bought. She bought him a computer for his school. She bought him a phone because, of course, that's what parents do. And you'll see when you're a child, you can't get a cell phone with AT&T or have an account with AT&T if you're not 18 or older. So he was relying upon his mom, and happy to do so, because she made sure that he had everything that he wanted. So she was saying these things because basically she was hoping that he would be afraid of them and would come home, but he could care less, as you'll see. then the Oklahoma killing resurfaces. And you're going to see that besides just pure anger and hatred towards his mom, that his motive, an additional motive for killing her, was what she texted him. Because he was concerned that that Oklahoma killing was going to come back around. Of course, it was still under investigation and still is, but that was going to be reopened. And you're going to see firsthand why the defendant didn't want that to happen and why that just infuriated him even more towards a mom that he hated and couldn't stand for no good reason.
All issues.
You're going to see firsthand that Kathy texted her son between 12 and 12:29, and he received it. And she texted him, Colin, the recordings of you admitting to killing, and then she stated who it was, and planning the murder, there are 4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. And mind you, this is the day that he murders her, shortly thereafter. She continues on, plus the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud. Chuck is the defendant's father, Kathy's ex-husband. So Kathy continues on, plus the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud where you told your dad you hated me and I was an evil bitch are being sent too. My dad is sending me his recordings of you telling him how you planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, emails, texts, and phone records are all being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them. She continues on, all because you didn't want to help me mount a bookshelf. That took under 30 minutes. Weed eat the backyard and clean your room because bugs were in the candy you had all over. Remember, you chose this. You have 10 minutes to call me and fix this, Colin. When the defendant read that text, his anger level just rose even more. Later that same afternoon, Kathy pressed it even more. And she sent a text to her mom, Susan Detman. And mind you, the location where the defendant had run to was Susan's house, his grandma's house. She was down in the Keys at one of her houses, so Colin had free range of the place.
Oh,
hey, no rules, nothing to do. He could do whatever he wants to do. Nobody's even there to supervise him. And that's why he would like to go places where there were no supervision. I mean, specifically his grandma's. So Susan was in contact with the defendant because she was driving up from the Keys, and the defendant was staying at the house there. So Kathy texted Susan a similar text message. And she texted her mom, Colin's grandmother, tell Colin the recordings of him admitting to killing, and then she stated who the person was, and planning the murder, there are 4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. Plus the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud where Colin told his dad he hated me and I was an evil bitch are being sent too. Dad is sending me his recordings of Colin telling him how he planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, emails, texts, and phone records are all being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them, so can Colin's. You're going to see that afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, in an eerie video, Kathy changes her clothes. I mean, you're not going to see her change her clothes, but you're going to see she appears in the exact clothes that her son would kill her in just mere hours later. And you're going to see that she had on some blue jean shorts. She had on a black t-shirt with a coffee motif. And she had a nice leather purse / backpack over her shoulder. And she left the house. And she was not happy. She was not happy at her mom. She was not happy at Colin. But she had one thing that she wanted to accomplish, which was not to do her son any harm, but to get him home so they could continue being mother and son. So she made the drive from Port Charlotte to Polk County. And you're going to hear that at a certain point, she arrived sometime in the ballpark of 5 o'clock, shortly before the defendant would murder her. Now, there were two ladies across the street in separate houses, but you have the grandmother's house on one side of the street, and then basically the two neighbors that lived across the street from the grandma, two nice ladies you'll hear from. But they both kind of independently saw and heard things. And you're going to hear that at around 5 o'clock, and one of the witnesses, I believe it was Miss Sally Bell, she remembers the time frame because she was about to leave for church. And she and her husband, you'll hear that they always like to leave right around 5 o'clock or touch before 5 in order to get to church and to talk to people and get a seat. So around 5 o'clock, these two ladies, Sally Bell and Nancy Jones, independently, they're just at their houses. They see Kathy and they see the defendant, and they're having an obvious argument. They also see that Kathy is not doing anything violent to the defendant, but she's animated, and the defendant is animated. And then they saw the defendant grab his mom by the hair and start dragging her from the driveway carport into the house. And as that happens, Kathy is telling her son, Colin, stop, let go of me, you're hurting me. And that's the last that those two neighbors saw of Kathy Griffith. That's the last anyone would see of Kathy Griffith alive. You're going to have an opportunity to see crime scene footage and crime scene video, and you're going to see that the violence continued and started on that day when the defendant grabbed his mom by the hair and dragged her into the house as she was saying, let me go, Colin, you're hurting me. You're going to hear and see that this mom was doing nothing violent or physical to her son, who she took care of and loved. But the defendant thought it was all right to grab his mom by the hair and yank her into the house. Well, what happened on the way to the house? Kathy, one of her AirPods falls out. It falls in the mulch. The defendant drags her into the house, infuriated. Another EarPod falls out of her other ear. You're going to see photos that Kathy would wear AirPods a lot to talk on the phone, listen to music. You're going to hear as he dragged her and was furious, you're going to see her AirPod case falls in the living room as he continues to drag her to the back of the house, letting his anger and rage come out. You're going to see the crime scene of that brutal, vicious, savage killing that I mentioned at the beginning of the opening statement. You're going to see pictures of Kathy who came out of her flip-flops as the defendant was attacking her. You're going to see photographs of a charger that is strewn about on the floor from when the defendant was attacking her. You're going to see that same brown leather backpack / purse that was over her shoulder when the defendant was attacking her came crashing to the ground. And you're going to see that it's got blood all over the place. That when he stabbed her, she was still holding it. There's blood on the outside. There's blood on the inside. There's blood on the front, on the back, on the wallet. And you will see firsthand the carnage that Kathy suffered as she laid in the pool of blood that came out of that deep gash in her neck.
I can't wait to hear how the defense is going to spin.
When all the evidence is in, ladies and gentlemen, you should come to one conclusion. That being that the just verdict is holding the defendant responsible to what he chose to do on September 8th of 2024. And that just verdict, based upon the evidence that you will see and hear is that you find the defendant guilty of both first-degree murder and kidnapping for the crimes that he perpetrated on his own mother. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Does the defense wish to give an opening statement? You may proceed, Ms. Thornhill.
Good morning. You're probably expecting me to say something very different from what Mr. Levine presented, and you'd be right. I'm going to start by introducing some of the people that are a part of this family and whom you will hear from. You've heard some of their names already, but I think it's helpful if you know the relationships among them. So first we have Colin Griffith. Obviously, you are aware of him. He's 17 years old. Catherine, or Kathy, as she's known, Kathy Griffith, is Colin's mom. And tragically and sadly, she is no longer with us. Susan Detman is the third main person who is involved in this saga. Susan Detman is Kathy's mom and Colin's grandmother. Christopher Griffith is Colin's older brother, so son of Kathy and of Charles Griffith, who goes by Chuck sometimes. He was born when Kathy was very, very young. She got pregnant when she was 13. She gave birth at 14.
Oh,
Colin
dang.
came along a few years later.
Good Lord.
You've already heard about Robert Willantis. He is Kathy's father and Colin's grandfather. You heard that he lives in New Mexico, and he has for many years. He's sort of removed from the family a little bit. Some other names you may hear are Christy Rooney,
Why'd
who
we
is
hear?
Kathy's older sister,
Tell us what happened.
oldest child of Susan and Chuck. John Paul Willantis, who is the younger brother of Kathy, also the child of Susan and Robert Willantis. Susan is now Detman. Finally, there is Nikki Markovich, who is now Susan's husband,
Are we going to need a chart?
and Kevin Markovich, who is the son of Susan and Nikki.
We need
So
Brandy.
the half brother of Kathy and the half uncle to Colin. Okay. I should have drawn a family tree, but
Yeah, you might.
at any rate, this family, like a lot of families, at times is very close and at times has its issues. You'll hear about these cruises that multiple family members took together, but you'll also hear about estrangements and fights. The common denominator in the estrangements and fights, Kathy Griffith. She is the person who is periodically, or for really long periods of time, estranged from any number of those people that I have mentioned. You heard that she lived separate from Colin for many years. That was after her divorce from Charles Griffith. With Susan, the other main player who you'll hear from, it depended not on the year or the month, depended on the day and sometimes even the minute, whether Kathy was communicating with Susan or whether she was telling Susan she never wanted to hear from her again and that she was dead to Susan, or that Susan was dead to her. Susan was a regular part
of Kathy's life because she lived in Florida and close in Florida. Susan periodically stayed in Charlotte County. You heard about some of her other homes. She travels quite a bit, some for work, but for a variety of reasons. But she is the constant in Kathy's life. Always there when Kathy needs something, especially money. Some of the things you heard about that Kathy provided for Colin, according to Mr. Levine, were actually provided by Susan. Susan paid for every single trip they took and that Kathy chose to take. Susan would pay Kathy's phone bill sometimes. At any rate, Susan was the constant. She will tell you about Kathy's personality. She'll tell you about her mental health problems. She'll tell you about Kathy's drinking and misuse of pills. She will tell you about Kathy's threats to commit suicide over the years, but not just threats. She will also tell you about the several attempts Kathy made on her own life.
Sounds like
Beyond that,
fake wreck.
you're going to hear that Kathy not only wanted to cause harm to her own self, but Kathy has threatened or done harm to other people. You'll hear some of those details about some of the things that she actually did to another person in front of Colin involving weapons. You will hear that she has threatened to kill different people at different times and actually taken steps towards completing that wish.
Two wrongs don't make a right, though.
You also hear that Kathy is not exactly reliable in what she says. You'll hear this from her own mother. That she makes things up, that she is unpredictable, she is erratic, and goes into rages. As I said before, Kathy has been or was still estranged from multiple family members at the time of her death. I won't go into the details now, but you will hear about some of those details as well. So let's go back to September of 2023, now that I've sort of laid the scene. The family went on a cruise in September of 2023. Susan paid for it. It was Susan and Kathy and Colin and Kevin, and I'm not sure if anybody else went or not. Kathy got upset on that cruise. You'll hear that Kathy, according to her own mother, if somebody doesn't do something that she expects them to do, she gets very angry. And in this particular situation, Kevin and his girlfriend was also on the cruise. We're supposed to meet her at 8:00 to go to some activity on the cruise. And apparently Kevin and his girlfriend were late, and Kathy got really upset and started saying that they had lied to her and that she was done with them. And she ended up getting her own room for the last night or two of the cruise to be separated from everybody else. You'll hear that as Kathy and Colin were driving home from the cruise, and Kathy's already mad, at least according to Susan, that Kathy was also upset with Colin. you'll hear a variety of things about why she was upset with Colin. You'll hear that she claimed that he was failing a class, and that's why she was mad at him. He wasn't ever failing a class. Every single screenshot on the phone records that show his grades show A's and a B or two. Colin graduated early from high school with college credit. He was not failing. You may hear that Kathy was upset with Colin because he had an appointment set up with, he was dual enrolled too. So he had, high school teachers, but also college professors. She got upset that he said, "Oh, I have an appointment with one of my teachers or professors." And she was mad that she hadn't been told that in advance. There was a disagreement. So either on the way home or when they get home, you'll hear that Colin told this to police later, by the way, that my mom handed me an envelope and said, "Here are all the important papers you'll need if I'm gone." Then they are inside the house, and Kathy got her gun.
What?
The gun that she has owned, and lied about whether she had it in her house or not at a variety of times, and pointed it at her son and said that she was going to either shoot him or herself or both. And then she handed the gun to Colin and said, "Just shoot me." She's ordering him around the house. At one point sends him outside and says, "When you hear the pop, you can come back in." Makes him sit down outside her bedroom, cross-legged. When he didn't want to sit cross-legged, she said, "You're going to sit cross-legged," with the gun pointed at him, while she sits on the bed. At some point, Kathy, I guess, decided not to go through with whatever her plan was. And in her erratic and unpredictable way, she put the gun away and drove Colin to school. So Colin goes straight to his teacher and says, "My mom just pulled a gun on me. She threatened to kill me. She threatened to kill herself. I'm scared." So the teacher immediately goes to the school resource officer, and they get the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office involved. Colin repeats to multiple people, his teacher, the SRO, the sheriff's officer, deputy that comes. And they did send someone to Kathy's house because they were doing this investigation. And Kathy won't open the door. She didn't want to speak to the officers. Eventually, they convinced her to speak with them. She said she'd had bad experiences with law enforcement in the past. She finally says, "That never happened. Colin's just making it up because he's upset that he was failing a class, and I took away his phone and his AirPods because he's failing a class." Okay, so divergent stories, right? Sheriff's deputies go back to Colin at the school and say, "Your mom says this never happened. She says you're just mad at her and made the whole thing up." And Colin is like, "No, it happened. This is what she did to me. She has a gun in the house." They didn't believe him. They believed Kathy. So when he repeats now to DCF staff members who are investigating, and he tells all of these details too, and the DCF worker has access to all of the prior DCF reports that exist from Florida that uniformly talk about Kathy being violent with others, Kathy not being protective of her children, Kathy threatening to or committing violence on other people. Despite all that, they believed Kathy. Colin repeated again and again, I am scared to be with my mom. If she does something to me again, like pull a gun on me, if she attacks me, I will defend myself and I may hurt her. So they put Colin in a Baker Act facility for
Okay,
those statements.
there we go.
Interestingly, Kathy, rather than being relieved that her son, who allegedly threatened to kill her, is in a safe place, does everything she can to not cooperate with the people in the Baker Act facility, the sheriff's deputies, DCF. They insist, because of what happened in Oklahoma and because of what he said his mom had done to him, and because he said, I don't feel safe going home because I'm afraid of what she might do to me again and what I will do in response, that he was safest in this facility. Kathy won't sign medical release forms so they can get more information about the family. She won't approve any medication for Colin. And then she hires a lawyer to get him released from the facility against all advice. When they were getting ready to release him to Kathy, he says, do not send me home with my mom. I am scared. She threatened me. If she comes at me, I'm going to defend myself. So they put him back in the Baker Act facility. By the way, they find out she does have a gun. Like, she owns the gun. Colin tells DCF, I would rather go into foster care than go back with my mom. Because he didn't feel safe with her. Eventually, after you heard about the special unit from Charlotte County Sheriff's Office that got involved with the family, this is when they get involved. And you'll hear about either Corporal or Detective Rentis, he's a male, and Detective Lacey Zanoniani. A lot of times she's referred to as Lacey or Detective Z. But they start getting involved with the family. They're making suggestions to Kathy about how to handle this situation, and she is fighting against them in any way she can. She eventually Kathy tells Detective Zanoniani that Colin is going to this place called Sandy Pines, and he's going to be there from between 60 and 90 days. They're going to work on a treatment plan for the trauma he has suffered, for the statements he's made. But after 3 days, Kathy checks him out of Sandy Pines against medical advice. There's a family meeting where Kathy admits to pulling a gun on Colin. But everybody in the family says, nope, Colin's going home with mom. Because mom was insisting on it. It's her way or the highway. So that happened in September of 2023. Next you'll hear is about the November 2023 incident where Colin ended up getting arrested. What you're here is, once again, diverging stories about what happened. On November 12th of 2023, Colin called the sheriff's office. He may have even called Corporal Rentis. Okay, so he is reaching out. He is being forthcoming. He says, my mom and I had a verbal argument. I left the house because I'm scared. She told me that I should just pack my bags and go. But then you'll hear this happens over and over. It's a theme. She will kick him out, but then she'll claim he's a runaway and he must come back. Inconsistent. So he called Rentis and says, I don't feel safe at home because my mom still has her gun and because she's threatened me before and now we're fighting or arguing. That night on November 12th, the deputies decide that it's best if Colin go with Susan, his grandmother, be separate from his mom, which I think you'll hear from the sheriff's deputies is kind of what they think would be best for everyone, is to just not have Colin and his mom living together. But Kathy is insistent that he continue to live with her. Despite her knowing what he has said. And remember, he has said, if she attacks me, I will defend myself. If she threatens me, I'm afraid of what might happen. So Susan picks Colin up on November 12th. She brings him to Auburndale, which is she teaches, and her in-person teaching job is here in Polk County. So that is her main residence, is Polk County. But that's a 55 and older community. You're not supposed to have kids there for very long. You've got Kathy yelling, demanding that Susan bring her son back. You can't steal him from me, even though this is a resolution to the argument that Colin and Kathy had, and that Colin is saying he doesn't feel safe with his mom. At any rate, next day, Susan, who is a trooper, brings Colin back to his mom. Best decision? Probably not, but I don't think you can ever know what other people are going through when you're not going through it yourself. So she brings him back to Kathy, and they're all together in the home. And Susan will tell you quite honestly that she doesn't remember if it was this day or another day, because there were many days like this where she took Colin and then Kathy insisted she bring him back, and then Kathy would go on a tirade against Colin when he came back. It may have happened this day, it may have happened another day, but Susan will tell you that Kathy punished Colin because even though sheriff's deputies had mediated this, Susan's going to take him for the night, let everybody cool down, that when Kathy started insisting that Colin come back to her, and he's 16, doesn't have a driver's license, doesn't have a car at this point, and he's with his grandmother. And apparently grandmother Susan didn't bring him back quickly enough to Kathy's liking, but Kathy punishes Colin. Susan will tell you she saw Kathy make him do a whole bunch of push-ups and holding weights above his head. And then she whipped him with a belt in front of Susan. And Susan said, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's going too far. And Kathy says, no, it's not, because Corporal Rentis said I can discipline him any way I want. Which isn't true, by the way. But so Susan, the walking on eggshells that she has done for years with Kathy, can't do much about it, she feels. Later that same day as they're eating, Kathy is, these are Susan's words, reading Colin the Riot Act. about this is how it's going to be. This is what you're going to do. You have to listen to everything I say because Corporal Rentis says it's okay. Susan thought she was being way too harsh. And I realize parents differ in how they treat kids. That's fine. And Colin did stand up and say, let's just do this. Now, Colin told the police, because they did get involved, and this is when he got arrested, that his mom kept telling him to shut up, and he wouldn't shut up. And you'll see some examples of that on the Ring video. Colin would talk back. Best decision? Obviously not. But he says that when he wouldn't shut up, his mom hit him in the face, punched him in the face. So he grabbed her and did a wrestling move where he basically flung her to the ground. He fully admits that. He says that while he was doing that, he kneed her in the stomach. Okay? He never denied doing that. At any rate, Susan says when he stood up and said, let's do this, she went to get her phone to call Rentis to try and mediate. And next thing she knew, they were both on the ground. She didn't see Kathy punch him, but she also said it's entirely possible it happened based on her knowledge of her daughter and how she behaves. So after she's on the ground, they're both on the ground, Colin gets up and leaves the house. Calls the police. That's how the police get involved. Colin called them. And you'll see some of the Ring video, or not Ring video, body-worn camera footage from that night with Colin talking to the officers, being very forthcoming. The officers spent a lot of time talking to all three people. Colin ends up getting arrested for domestic violence battery. Kathy denies she ever put her hands on him. He is put in jail that night. And the next morning, when he's getting ready to be released from the juvenile detention center, they say, okay, get in the car with your mom, because mom's there to pick him up. And Colin says, don't make me get in the car with her. If she attacks me, I'm afraid of what will happen. If she comes at me again, I'm going to defend myself. The law enforcement officer at the juvenile jail basically says, I don't like your attitude, get in the car with your mom. So Colin gets in the car with his mom, goes home, and she immediately starts making him do standing marches with weights above his head. And you'll see that on body-worn camera footage, because while the personnel at the jail forced Colin to get in the car with his mom, even though he said he didn't feel safe with her, they did call the sheriff's office and say, by the way, I had a kid that said he might kill his mom, which is not what happened. Well, I wasn't concerned enough about it to not let him get in the car with his mom, but I'm calling you. Can you guys go check? So all these sheriff's deputies troop up to the house. Kathy opens the door, come in, and you see Colin doing this with weights above his head. And the officers separate them and speak with each one. Kathy's saying, he beat the shit out of me last night. This is his form of discipline. He's been doing it since he got home from the jail. Colin is outside talking to the detectives, once again, being very forthcoming. He says, my mom thinks I'm going to hurt her, that I want to hurt her. I don't want to hurt her. But if she comes at me, I'm going to defend myself. Guess what happened that day? Colin gets Baker acted again.
How many times does he get Baker acted? Jeez.
So, Colin's back in a psychiatric facility for the statements that he made about, I don't feel safe with my mom. If she comes at me, I'm afraid I'll do her harm. Meanwhile, Kathy is calling Corporal Rentis and Detective Zanoniani, all upset that Colin got taken away from her. And then she starts making suicidal statements to them.
Why didn't they Baker
So
Act
they
her?
send other deputies to the house, and Kathy gets Baker acted for threatening suicide. So all is not well at home, clearly. After Colin was arrested for domestic violence battery, Susan, his grandmother, hired him a lawyer named Jeff Rapkin down in Charlotte County to represent him in those criminal charges. Kathy is back and forth about what she wants to happen. Sometimes she wants the charges dropped. Sometimes she wants Colin to get diversion. Sometimes she wants him to, get the book thrown at him. Jeff Rapkin realizes that this is not a good situation. So he crafted what's called a 751 agreement. And this is an agreement between Kathy and Susan that allows for concurrent custody of Colin. And you'll see the legal paperwork. It was signed and notarized by Kathy and Susan and Mr. Rapkin. It was filed with the courts. The court ordered this concurrent custody agreement, meaning that Colin could be with either Susan or Kathy. Each one of them could make medical decisions for him. Each one of them could enroll him in school, that they had equal authority over Colin. And the idea was to kind of give everybody a break and respite.
So Grandma went to the Keys.
Kathy sometimes misinterprets that concurrent custody agreement. You'll see in some of her text messages or hear her on Ring video leaving messages for other people or talking to them.
Let me know what you.
The agreement says that you can only have him if I'm mentally incapable of taking care of him or if I'm physically incapacitated, which is not true. You'll see the paperwork. At any rate, she has this very ambivalent, is a very tame term, very ambivalent feelings about whether Colin should be with her or not with her. And over the next few months, so December 2023 into the first few months of 2024, there is a lot of back and forth, meaning Colin goes between Susan and his mom. Meanwhile, he's still going to school and everything and keeping up his grades. You'll hear from Susan that Kathy would alternately kick him out again, say, get out of here, I don't want you here anymore, and then demand that he come back, even when he didn't want to. Several calls over the months from a variety of people, from Susan, from other family members, from Jeff Rapkin, saying that Kathy is suicidal. She has a gun in the house. She's threatening to kill herself. She actually does overdose a time or two. So that's what's going on in those months. In February, and it's going to be unclear exactly how all this occurs, but DCF gets involved again. Colin repeats that he doesn't feel safe at home with his mother. This is, after the suicide attempts and Baker acts for Kathy. He tells them, I'd rather be in DCF custody. I'd rather be in foster care. I'd rather be anywhere but at home with mom. I'm scared. Making a scene in the community where teenagers aren't supposed to be living. You'll hear from the neighbors that they had seen Colin there before. He was never a problem. He would visit Susan because, like I said, he went back and forth, but they had never seen Kathy there before, ever. So Kathy and Colin go back into the house, and it's about an hour later that Colin calls 911, crying, upset, saying, we got in a long fight. My mother's bleeding out. Please send someone right away. The 911 operator explains how to do CPR, tells him to move her, to lay her on her back, to be able to do CPR. You'll hear him doing CPR on her while counting with the 911 operator. And intermittently, he'll say, just send someone. She's not bleeding anymore. And when first responders died at the end of all this, and by the way, Colin has wounds too, is whether the state has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt
Are you just gonna throw that in there?
that what they claim happened, that Colin somehow planned this, he's been plotting it for months, that he murdered and dragged his mom into the house that she went to where he was safe to kill her, or whether what Colin had been saying he was afraid would happen and that had happened in the past actually was what occurred. That his mom came to him, went into the house where he was safe, and attacked him, and he had to defend himself. And that he is not guilty of the murder or the kidnapping of his mother.
Thank you, Ms. Thornhill. All right, folks, it's almost 10:30. We'll take our mid-morning recess of about 15 minutes. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or look anything up. Please.
Okay, I wanted to talk about this comment because before the defense got up there, my thoughts about this was she was just doing normal mom stuff.
Anything before the recess?
No, Your Honor, it's possible that maybe the first witness, forensic investigator Laura Ellis, that might take us up to the lunch break, just as a little bit of heads up.
So we don't need to talk about the 911 call right now, or
No, I'd like to talk with her
Okay.
about it in the back for a minute, if that's okay.
that's fine. All right, we'll be in a recess.
Okay, so before the defense, I saw this and I thought she wasn't trying to provoke him. She was just being a regular mom asking him to do chores around the house. Because that's what you do with your kids to teach them responsibility. I mean, for crying out loud, if he had candy and stuff in his room that was attracting bugs, you need to teach them that. That's an important life skill, right? You don't want them to grow up and get their own home and have it filled with bugs because they don't know how to keep their house clean, right? So that was my first thought. Then, after the defense, I see it completely differently. If she was that bad to him and kept threatening to kill him, and he was that afraid of her, and all she wanted him to do was clean his room, weed eat the backyard, and what was the other thing? Help her put up a bookshelf. If he was that afraid of her, why didn't he do it? Why did he provoke her? So you can look at it both ways. Can't you? I mean, right now, see, I went into this going, oh, he's guilty. He's already killed his dad. Now he's killed his mom. Who was he going to kill next? His grandma? But Now, I don't know. Now, maybe I totally get why he was living with his dad because he hates his mom. Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what you said when the prosecution was talking. And because I started, so when we got a break, I could say, yeah, why you said, why is she provoking him if she's afraid of him? And I said, I was going to say, that's just a normal mom thing. Maybe she's trying to just keep going on with like a normal mother son existence, even though he's got whatever he's got anger issues, mental issues, whatever. Oh, you said that about the what? You said that about the murder of his dad? Oh, if she was so afraid of him. Oh, so because he killed his dad and then he came home to live with her, why would she provoke him if she knew he'd already killed his dad? I I don't know now. See, now I just don't know. But see, now I'm confused because the jury knows. Now the jury knows that he unalives someone. I thought they weren't going to know that at all. Come on, StreamYard, cooperate with me. But if but I'm saying if she was the violent one, if he was afraid of her, why didn't he just do what she wanted? It wasn't that much. Like the physical quote unquote punishment, like the weight thing and all that. He did that when she told him to, but he wouldn't help her put up a bookshelf unless the prosecution is trying to just make it seem that simple. See, now I don't know. I'm ready to hear some evidence because I don't know. Mm-hmm. I she sounds unstable, which means he probably gets it from her. Yeah, because we don't have the evidence yet. We just have what is Kathy's channel called? Rumor, gossip, and innuendo. you guys ever watch Kathy's channel? It's called Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Kathy is the sweetest person. She basically, it's like a friend. It's like your best gossipy friend. she just she just sits there and just like rolls out the tea, man. She's like, "Good morning, true crime friends," and then she just goes off and starts telling you all of this, like the tea about whatever happened in trial that day, whatever case she's following, and it's just hilarious. Her take on the way she explains things that's happening, the way she words it, and it just she's spot on, but hilarious at the same time. I agree. I 100% agree. My best friend's ex-husband, she's divorced the man twice. I don't know why she married him the second time. I've known her longer than she has. And he has never been officially diagnosed with schizophrenia, but he's also been on drugs for a very, very long time. His symptoms are very schizophrenic-ish, like schizotypal. So, and it's not an official diagnosis, but he does things like take the eyes out of his granddaughter's stuffed animals because he thinks there's cameras in them and someone is spying on him. So that kind of stuff. And every time they Baker act him, they treat, because he self medicates, so they treat him for the drug problem first, and then they don't do anything about the mental health issue and they discharge him. Every time. I think he's been Baker acted about 3 times now. And that's what they do every time. And he gets out and he goes right back to the drugs and he just gets worse and worse and worse, which is why she's divorced him twice. Like I said, I don't know why she married him the second time. And they won't help him because they just think it's drugs, which sucks because he's a very, very nice person too. And he had his own business. He was successful. Now he's on disability. I don't even know how we got disability, but it's sad. Very, very sad. I've got, I have got that, the press conference. I can figure out how to get to it, but I don't know how long it is, and I don't know how much of a break we have left. Come on, internet, you can do it. Where's my playlist? On my watch later playlist, which is not on my channel because I have it. I don't know how to get to it now. Oh wait, maybe this is it. That's a private playlist. Watch later. Where is it? Oh, it's 19 minutes. We don't have time. Okay, we'll have to watch that. Like when they go to lunch or something, or when there's a longer break. Why did everybody leave me? I hate it when there's breaks and people leave. It makes me paranoid. Like people are leaving me. They'll come back, right? Oh, I could have pulled up that motion on lemonade. We could have read that. Let me get that pulled up if my internet will cooperate. Get that pulled up. Okay, now I'm hot. I guess if I had a fever, it broke. I don't think. And I pray to God it stays that way. The thing with my two monitors is I've got icons all over the place. Oh, and please don't crash StreamYard. No, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, I about dropped my phone. Okay, so verdict on the Natalie Cochran trial. I don't know what they're waiting on, unless there are some people that are like, but they didn't prove it. No, but there's heavy circumstantial evidence. Um, the uh, the Ponzi scheme stuff in that trial, over my head. The government contract stuff, I understand. I understood not a bit of it. But the medical stuff, I have a bit of problem with. Judy, I know you sent me this and now I can't find it. Oh, duh, there it is. Right in front of my face. Why isn't it opening? Okay, now they're back. Oh.
Big headed.
We're having an internet issue, so
Okay.
this is Peter Allen, he's the new Tom Simmons, the new IT person.
Okay. Do you know about how long?
Hopefully not long at all. It's just, I just restarted it, so it's we're seeing if we can make something work.
Okay. Nothing like a healthy
Kicking us a little bit.
Come on, StreamYard. It's not that hard. It's really not. That, and a lot of people were like, well, she shouldn't have been reading from notes. That was a lot of information. And she didn't really read, she referred. And she wasn't reading word for word because she was talking a lot more and turning pages like really frequently. So I think she just had like bullet points or maybe notes or something to help her remind her. I should be able to hear when they start back. Oh, I need to make that bigger. I don't know how to do that. Anybody know how to make this bigger? Comes now the defendant, Colin Raleigh Griffith, by and through undersigned counsel, and moves his honorable court for an entry of an order in limine precluding the introduction of any reference or testimony concerning the any of the matters set forth herein through testimony of witnesses or questions or argument by the state or by this court before the jury which tries the facts in this cause. Specifically, defendant seeks to preclude any reference to the manner of death of defendant's father, Charles Griffith, in Oklahoma on February 14th, 2023, how it allegedly occurs, the investigation into the manner of death, or any possible legal consequences defendant may experience as a result of his father's death. As grounds for this motion, the defendant state as the as grounds for this motion, the defendant states as follows. Defendant is charged in this case with the kidnapping and first degree murder of his mother, Catherine Griffith. The allegation is that defendant stabbed his mother in his grandmother's kitchen on September 8th, 2024. In February 2023, defendant was living with his father, Charles Griffith, in Oklahoma. On February 14th, 2023, defendant allegedly shot his father after his father attacked him with a knife. Defendant was initially detained in relation to the death of his father, but was released on a GPS monitor and a $50,000 bond. After further investigation, the prosecutor in Oklahoma informed the court that they had no charges to bring against defendant and he was released. Defendant then moved to Florida with his mother. There were a variety of issues between defendant and his mother over the intervening months. In early September 2024, Catherine Griffith, see, I did it. Catherine Griffith kicked 17-year-old defendant out of her home in Port Charlotte, Florida. Defendant went to his maternal grandmother's, Susan Detman's home in Auburndale, at her suggestion with her permission when his mother kicked him out. Despite kicking defendant out of her home, Catherine Griffith, it put it in the document. Despite kicking defendant out of her home, Catherine Griffith traveled to Susan Detman's home on September 8th, 2024. About an hour after Catherine Griffith arrived, defendant called 911 hysterical and crying. He told the operator that he and his mother had fought and that she was stabbed and bleeding out. The operator instructed defendant to do CPR, which he did until emergency medical personnel arrived. Catherine Detman was, no, that's not her name. Catherine Griffith was pronounced dead at the scene in Susan Detman's kitchen. Now, this is the second time they got her name wrong. The matters set forth above are inadmissible for any purpose on proper and timely objection in that they have no bearing upon or relevance to the issues in this case. Even if there is some level of relevancy of this evidence to an issue of proof in this case, the prejudicial impact to the accused defendant would far outweigh the alleged probative value of the evidence, and the evidence should therefore be excluded at trial. Even relevant evidence can be excluded where prejudice outweighs the probative value of the evidence. Permitting comments to jurors or prospective jurors or presenting testimony of witnesses or making other offers of evidence concerning these matters would prejudice a jury that determines the facts in a trial of this cause. Sustaining objections to such questions, comments, or offers could not cure such prejudice, but would rather reinforce the impact of such prejudicial matters on the jurors. Wherefore, the defendant respectively requests this court to grant this motion in limine and preclude the state from making mention of or presenting evidence at trial concerning the matters set forth in this motion in limine. So, I'm guessing, which I know is dangerous, I'm guessing they won in part and lost in part. So, they're allowed to mention that he did kill someone, not allowed to mention that it's his dad. Which I don't see. They still know he killed somebody before this. They're going to start asking questions, though, you know. They're going to want to know. I'd want to know. They'll just be told they're not allowed to know, though. If they ask. Okay, people. Let's get a move on. That's clear. He enunciates well. And the sound is good.
Please be seated. State, call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls forensic investigator Laura Ellis with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
I'm not on the ball today, guys. I'm sorry.
Step this way.
Okay, hang on. It said I lost audio. Let me what's the word? Reload. My brain is so foggy today. Reload. That's the word.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Laura Ellis, Loraellis.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
I have 800 hours of on-the-job training with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and our education is ongoing. So they offer us education as the year goes on with classes through the agency.
And what is your job title at the sheriff's office?
Forensic investigator.
What does that mean?
We respond to multiple calls for service. We obtain digital photographs, collect evidence, and process scenes as needed.
Have you been to a number of homicide scenes during your career?
Yes, sir.
Have you also responded to other types of crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Now, this particular case, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of last year. Do you recall how you became involved with the case?
We received a call from our dispatch center requesting us to respond to the address.
And where did you respond to?
77 Hewlett Drive in Auburndale.
And is that in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you have any basic information en route to the scene?
We were just informed that we needed to respond and call in reference to a death investigation.
When you get there, what do you see first, or who do you see first?
I made contact with Detective Peters and forensic investigator Bange.
Is Detective Peters, Detective Danny Peters with the homicide division?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And did he end up being the lead detective in this case?
Yes, sir.
Without telling us anything he might have said, did he kind of give you a little briefing of what was going on?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
We waited for a search warrant to be obtained for the property.
And after the search warrant was obtained, did that give you legal authority to then do whatever you wanted to do to process the scene effectively?
Correct.
About what time were you there that evening?
What time did I arrive on scene?
Yes.
At approximately 19:09 hours.
All right. That's 7:09 p.m.
Yes.
Were you able to see both inside the house and outside the house?
Yes.
And what type of community was it in general?
More like a senior living community. It was multiple mobile homes.
Were the homes did they appear to be well taken care of?
Yes, sir.
Like nicely manicured lawns?
Yes.
The houses were in order?
Yes.
Now, outside the residence, did you get an opportunity to see a couple of cars that were there at the scene?
I did.
What color and what make of cars were those?
One was a white Volkswagen Jetta, and one was a black Volkswagen Jetta.
Where was the black Jetta?
It was underneath the carport on the south side of.
And how about the white car?
It was in the roadway, west of the residence.
And was it parked?
Yes.
Now, have you had an opportunity previously to see states exhibits 1 through 99? That also includes 77A and 77B.
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs that you took that document the scene and some things that you saw and impounded at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Did they fairly and accurately depict everything?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes states 1 through 99, which also includes 77A and 77B into evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir.
They are received.
Now, in addition to that, at some later date, were you able to take some aerial photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you do that?
We respond to the PCSO hangar in Bartow, and then they take us via helicopter, and we fly over the area and obtain digital photographs from the helicopter.
And are those depicted in state exhibits 167 through 169, in addition to a Google map overhead?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes states 167 to 169 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
I talked before we published the photographs, the overhead aerial photographs. Do those show like how the neighbors' houses are situated across the street?
Yes, sir.
So kind of give a vantage point of what people might see from different locations depending on where they lived in relationship to the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Now, in general, when you go to a crime scene, besides what you physically do, what are your objectives in terms of the integrity of the scene?
We do everything possible to protect the scene and any evidence that may be in it. So we pretty much limit who is in and out. It's mostly our homicide detectives as well as our forensic investigators that come in and out of the scene.
Now, the homicide detectives that are there, are they all doing like different things and have different responsibilities?
Yes.
Does anybody tell you what to do, or do you know what you need to do?
So we have a crime scene detective that typically will stay with us throughout the entire time that we're on the crime scene. And they tell us what they want us to collect or what they want specific photographs of while we're on scene.
All right, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish the photographs. Thank you. I may have some questions for you on a lot of these photographs, some perhaps not. But not surprisingly, we're going to start with State Exhibit 1. Can you see it on your screen as well?
Yes, sir.
Can you jurors as well see it? Okay. Tell the jury about what information that provides.
So this puts the date that we arrived, the time that I'm going to start taking my photographs, our case number that's provided by the agency, what kind of investigation or call that I've responded to, the address, the city, who the victim is, and who my detective for the case is.
And what time where did you start taking the photographs?
21:54.
And what does that mean?
That's the military time. It was 9:54, I believe.
All right. As we continue on, State Exhibit number 2. What's this?
That is the outside of the residence.
And is the black car and the white car, the Volkswagens, are they visible there?
Yes.
State Exhibit 3. State Exhibit 4. Now, in State Exhibit 4, is there an entryway, like a doorway into the house?
There is. It's along the north side of that carport.
To the left of the black car?
Correct.
And I noticed in the bottom left corner, there appears to be some mulch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 5, is that the doorway you spoke of?
Correct. Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 6. Did you notice something in the mulch that caught your attention when you were documenting the scene?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 7. Is that a close-up of what you noticed?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
It's a white AirPod.
State Exhibit 8. State Exhibit 9. On the trunk of the black Volkswagen appears to be something. What is that?
It is a set of keys.
Going back to State Exhibit 9, did that appear to include also a car key?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 10 outside, and now State Exhibit 11. The first interior shot in this sequence that kind of situate the jury to what they're looking at.
So that's the living room of the residence?
The door that's visible kind of in the upper left-hand corner, is that the door we saw from the outside?
Yes.
So if somebody drags somebody in through near the carport, would that be the entranceway?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If somebody drags somebody in through right next to the carport, would that be the door that they would enter through?
Yes.
It appears that there's something white on the wood floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
State Exhibit 12. Now, how would you describe the interior of the house? Not the actual where Kathy laid, but the rest of the house. How was it?
Very well maintained, very clean, very organized.
State Exhibit number 13. What is that?
It is another white AirPod.
Did it appear to be the matching one or similar one to the one found in the mulch?
Yes.
State Exhibit 14. Do you know what that is?
It is the case for the earbuds.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but so the AirPod outside, the AirPod inside, and the case for the AirPods, once you get inside, does that start going back towards where you ended up finding Kathy on the floor?
Yes.
State Exhibit 15. What do you see kind of in the background there? Where does that pathway lead to? If you go all the way back, does that enter the kitchen?
It does, yes.
Now, in your route to the kitchen, did anything look like it was knocked over or messed up, or did everything look pretty clean and in place?
It looks pretty clean and in place.
State Exhibit 16. Is this a picture of the kitchen?
Yes.
Now, the island, the bar, the island there, is the victim on the other side of that.
Yes.
That's a sliding door there. Is that a sliding glass door?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 17. That's an entryway and an exitway.
Yes.
All right, now State Exhibit 18. To the left of that sliding glass door, are there a washing machine and dryer maybe?
Yes.
Did you see a knife at the scene?
Yes.
And is that knife visible in that photograph?
Yes.
This is State Exhibit 19. Is that a closer up of what appears to be a bloody knife?
Yes.
State Exhibit 20. State Exhibit 21. Is this a close-up of that same bloody knife?
Yes.
Now, the jurors may see for the first time a yellow marker with the number 10 on it. What does that mean?
It's how we show where evidence is in our photos, so it gives a better layout of where everything is in reference to each other.
Did you impound that knife?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to take a look at State Exhibit 199?
Yes.
And is that the knife, the bloody knife from the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 199 into evidence.
Any objection? It is received.
Now, does the knife, and in a moment you'll have an opportunity to show the jury the knife, but does the knife look different today as opposed to when it's in the picture there?
Yes.
And why is that?
May I refer to my report?
Yes, ma'am.
On Wednesday, January 22nd, Detective Peters placed the knife into a temporary evidence locker in the Forensic Investigations Office for me to process for possible latent prints.
And when you process an item for latent prints, describe to the jury what's the process and what does that mean?
So in this case in particular, I took a chemical agent called Sudan Black, which helps us see latent prints that may possibly be in blood.
And what are latent prints?
Latent prints are fingerprints that are left behind from the oils on your hands.
So hypothetically, if somebody puts their thumbprint on something, you might be able to visibly see some prints?
Possibly.
Or perhaps doing what you were doing, you might be able to lift some prints that might not quite be visible to the human eye.
Yes.
Now, before that knife got to you for that work request, had it previously gone to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, do they process evidentiary items for the presence of DNA and or fingerprints, depending on what the request is?
Yes.
And without saying anything about any results or anything, but did FDLE do their analysis on the knife for DNA before you did your fingerprint analysis?
Yes.
Now, do the detectives under a crime scene have to kind of think about which one to do first, or if both are feasible?
It's up to the detective, the lead detective on the case, if they want us to process it first or if they would like it to go to FDLE first.
And is that a calculated decision that the detective could speak about?
Yes.
Now, so tell the jury about, what did you actually do? I know you described it a little bit. What's that process like?
So it is a chemical agent that is black in color, and we cover whatever the area is that's covered in apparent blood. We cover it in that chemical. We let it sit for a minute, and then we wash it off. And we can also repeat it to try and darken any possible latent prints on the item.
Where do you do that?
I did it at the Forensic Investigations Office in Winter Haven.
And that's a secure, clean place?
Yes.
After you did all that, what were your results?
I was met with negative results.
Does that mean there were no latent prints that you were able to see or lift that could be compared to anything?
Yes.
And did you have an opinion about, is it difficult to get latent prints after an item's already been processed for DNA?
I don't particularly have an opinion on that.
Okay. So at the end of your results, in essence, you couldn't decide that there was anybody's fingerprints on that knife, correct?
Correct.
And are there certain reasons why somebody may leave a fingerprint or not leave a fingerprint?
Yes.
And fingerprints are not always left on an item, correct? Even if somebody handles it?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, could forensic investigator Ellis get off the witness stand to show the jury the knife?
Oh, yay.
Thank you. For the record, the State Exhibit 199 will be shown to the jury by Investigator Ellis.
And ladies and gentlemen, I do want to advise you that any item that's received in evidence will go back with you to the jury room during deliberations. So you'll have plenty of time to examine anything that's received. But from time to time, the parties may wish to publish evidence here in open court.
Okay, make sure all the jurors can see it, and then you can have a seat.
I'm a juror. I want to see it.
All right, thank you, Ms.
Yes.
You forgot us. We're jurors too. Dude, somebody call the court and tell the prosecutor.
All right, we'll continue on with the photographs. State Exhibit number 22. Now, what is approximately the total length of that knife, blade and handle?
12 inches or 1 foot.
And then in terms of the actual knife blade, approximately how many inches is the knife blade?
It's approximately 7.
You said 7 inches?
Yes, sir.
Now, State Exhibit 23, could you situate us to, if you continue to the left on that photograph, where are you headed towards?
Back towards that living room area.
The living room, and then eventually the door that we saw earlier?
Yes.
And does that give a view of what you were describing in 24?
Yes.
25. What begins to be visible in State Exhibit 25?
The victim.
Now, on the left side of the photograph, is that some of the sliding glass door blinds?
Yes.
So is it a fair statement her head seems to be fairly close to that area?
Yes.
Above her head on the floor, what is that pictured?
It's a brown hearse backpack.
All right, State Exhibit 26. Is that who you would later find out to be Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
The blood that you noticed at this scene, is that one of the first pictures of the blood and how high it went?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that the blood didn't go super high up on the walls or the cabinets, but seemed more down low?
Yes.
27. Now in 27, what's the white thing and the gray thing by her head?
So the white thing is a towel, and the gray thing is a shirt.
Is the neck or the stab wound visible a little bit there?
Yes.
It's on the right side of her neck, is that correct?
Yes.
28, as we get closer to the purse / backpack you described, was blood clearly visible all over it?
Yes.
And that surface area, is that kind of what, if somebody put it on their back, that would be touching their back?
Yes.
– 29. I want to ask you about in this upper corner here, your upper right-hand corner, there appears to be coagulated blood. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does coagulated mean?
It's when blood has been sitting for quite a bit of time, it starts to gather together.
Did you document also the blood inside and outside the purse?
Yes.
Is that between the deputy's wrists there?
Yes.
Is that blood all in the interior of the purse as well?
Yes.
For the record, that's State Exhibit 31. State Exhibit 32. Exhibit 33. What's that pink zipper pouch?
It was a makeup bag that she had within the brown purse backpack.
Did it appear there was blood on that as well?
Yes.
34. Does that show a wallet?
Yes.
35. Is there blood on that wallet?
Yes.
36. Whose driver's license and whose picture is that?
That's the victim's driver's license.
Were you able to determine, obviously, that the purse and the contents were Kathy's?
Yes.
$37. Was Kathy wearing basically a black T-shirt and some jean shorts?
Yes.
Was she also at one point wearing some Under Armour flip-flops?
I do not know if she was wearing Under Armour flip-flops at one point.
Did you see some Under Armour flip-flops close to her body?
Yes.
But how they got there, you're unaware?
Correct.
Now, it appears that her arm from approximately her upper forearm / elbow area is obstructed. Was her arm under something?
Yes. Her arm was under the kitchen island.
38. Is that the neck wound?
Yes.
39. 40. 41. Tell the jury about why do you put a ruler up next to the neck wound?
It shows length and width of the injuries on the victim's body.
And is that wound basically wide open?
Yes.
All right, 42. Is that the dishwasher?
Yes.
What's the red thing, the red stuff?
It's apparent blood.
And is that to the left of that same dishwasher?
Yes.
Now going back to 42 for a second. In front of the dishwasher, is that same kitchen island?
Yes.
And Kathy's on basically like the other side of it, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how the blood got all the way over there?
I do not.
Continuing on to 44. In the forefront or front of the photograph there, is that same kitchen island?
Yes.
Now, Is the knife block from which the knife came from visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Going back for a moment, where in this photograph is it visible?
It's to the left of the stove.
And it's kind of like a wooden block there.
Yes.
And were there a number of knives still in the block?
Yes.
And then, of course, an empty space for the knife you located?
Yes.
45. Now, is this obviously of Kathy's legs and feet?
Yes.
And by her feet, what were the 4 items that you found on the floor there?
There was a left flip-flop, a right flip-flop, 2 phone charging cords, and a set of keys.
Is that blood on the cupboard in the upper left of the photograph?
Yes.
48. Are those the items you mentioned?
Yes.
And it appears that there's an Under Armour logo on one of the flip-flops. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that appear to be apparent blood in State Exhibit 49 on the bottom of Kathy's flip-flop?
Yes.
In State Exhibit 50, does there appear to be some apparent blood on the other flip-flop?
Yes.
And those are a matching pair, is that correct? Both Under Armour? In State Exhibit number 51, does there appear to be blood underneath the chargers?
Yes.
52, 53, 54. Did you see various marks and bruises and or scrapes on Kathy's legs and feet, or Kathy's legs?
Yes.
Continuing on with 55 and 56. All right, going to 57.
I start such a boring witness.
Does that show what you were describing, her right arm being under the kitchen island?
Yes.
Going back to 57, the bottom of the island, there appear to be a lot of blood near her arm, extending to the left and the right?
Yes.
And on that single door by the shelves, is that blood?
Yes.
$59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. Is the knife block much more apparent in this photograph?
Yes.
You mentioned to the left of the stove on the countertop.
Yes, sir.
67. 68. 69. Now in 69, is there something on the island that caught your attention?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
The victim's cell phone.
And it was appear that the countertop of that kitchen island is pristine and nothing knocked over, no problems.
Yes, sir.
In 71, is that a close-up of Kathy's cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And the time at that point was 11:09 on Sunday, September 8th, as you're taking photographs?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the screen, there appears to be some pictures or icons. Were you able to kind of take a close-up and figure out what those were? Can you see on your screen?
Yes, sir. They were notifications on her phone.
And who did she get notifications from? Can you read the print?
She had a missed call from Susan Deathman And it appears a text message from a Detective Lacey.
And are you able to see a little bit of the content of that text message from the detective?
Yes, sir.
What does it say?
I tried to call you.
In 73, there appears to be some yellow tape and rulers. What's the purpose of that?
That is for us to do bloodstain documentation.
I also noticed that the island appears to no longer be there in the kitchen, exposing Kathy's right arm and hand and watch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you move the island?
We had about 3 or 4 of the homicide detectives move the island.
And was that in order to document what was underneath the island?
It was in an effort to preserve any blood, apparent blood that may be on the floor underneath and around the victim.
And does 74 show some additional blood that would have been under the island by the victim's right hand?
Yes.
75. Is that the white towel and the gray shirt you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Now, from 75 to 76, did you pick up the gray shirt to investigate further?
Yes.
What does 76 show?
It's an apparent slit in the gray t-shirt.
And are you aware of how that got there?
I am not.
Are you aware when that got there?
No.
Are you aware of who did that?
No.
77. What's that show?
It's a small hole in the shirt.
Where on the shirt is that? Do you know, like front or back? Do you remember?
It's the back left shoulder of the shirt.
Do you know what caused that?
No.
Do you know how it got there?
No.
When it got there?
No.
And why are we talking about it?
Who did that to that shirt?
No.
Whether it was purposeful or accidental?
No.
All right, as we move on to 77A, is that same shirt?
Yes.
And where do you take that photograph of the shirt?
I was at the forensic investigations office.
And is that like a gray camo shirt?
Yes.
77B appears to be a close-up. What was the purpose of the close-up? What does it show?
It's showing apparent blood
Where on that shirt is the apparent blood?
underneath the collar of the shirt.
And I believe you might be able to point to something on the screen with a mouse.
Mouse up there on the.
This.
If you could, for for everybody's benefit, kind of show where the apparent blood is.
It is about right here on the shirt.
Okay. All right, moving on to 78. Is that Kathy's feet and
Yes.
foot? Excuse me. And there's apparent blood all over her foot.
Yes.
Carrying on with 79 and 80. 81. 82. Were you able to see bruises on different parts of her arms and legs?
Yes.
83. Now in 84, I take it at this point, Kathy had been taken away. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does this show what would have been underneath Kathy's body,
Yes.
including the coagulated blood at the top of the photograph you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, for the record, that was 85. Now we go outside. 86, is that black Volkswagen that was right by the door, by the carport?
Yes.
The interior of the car in 87, did you find a cell phone in that car?
You guys want to pause this and watch the Cochran verdict? Or keep on with this?
Yes.
And a computer,
Yes.
laptop? 88, is that the black cell phone?
Yes.
And were you able to determine this was the defendant's car and the white car was Kathy's car?
I wasn't made aware of which car was which on scene.
Did you find that out later?
Yes.
Your appeals, excuse me. The next photograph, which is 89. What does that say on that paperwork?
It says the R. Fred Lewis 2021 Florida High School mock trial competition.
And then 90, is that a continuation of that paperwork?
Yes.
And what's the subject matter of that? If you could read what you're able to make out.
Would you like me to read what I can from
Yes.
this? The victim, a Caucasian male, approximately 5'11" in height and weighing approximately 235 pounds. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the back of the head, caused by a smooth, rounded object, cylindrical in shape, consistent with a tire iron. The blow to the head of the head lacerated the skin, causing substantial bleeding and crushed the skull, causing bone fragments to become embedded in the brain. The time of death is estimated to have been between 10 and 11:30 p.m. 3rd, 2020. The criminal record includes convictions for disorderly intoxication, trespass, and vandalism, and the felony offense of cultivation of marijuana.
Nothing to do with the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The first two convictions were in 2011 and grew out of a barroom fight. The trespass and vandalism charges relate to a protest by the defendant and several others, Pinnacle Paper Company, Thanksgiving 2019, during which windows and doors were spray painted with red paint and a low name of manure of the administrative building. The drug conviction was in 2004. Of the registered vehicles in Canton County, there are 414 Ford F-150.
And where was this paperwork found?
It was in the black Jetta.
91. Is that a wallet?
Yes.
92. A wallet. Whose ID did you find?
Colin Griffith.
93. Is this the back seat?
Yes.
And on the rear left floorboard, was there a uniform of some type?
Yes.
And did you find out upon closer inspection it was a Domino's work uniform?
Yes.
95. Going to the car parked on the street, is that what you would later find out to be Kathy's white?
No, I'm in the minority. I did feel that the state had not proven their burden in this one, even though I do personally believe she's most likely
No,
responsible for his death.
no, I didn't mean to do that. All right, he's gonna kill me.
Trying to make eye contact.
I didn't mean to do that. Wrong one. Crap. Can't do that one. Where is the one I can use? Dang it. Where in the heck?
This defendant guilty.
Okay, come on.
Patrick III, Judge of the Circuit Court of Raleigh County is now sitting.
I wasn't muted. Why are you calling me Elaine?
All right.
I
I am
said we
advised
want
that the
to watch
jury
it.
has a
Watch.
verdict. All parties are present and the defendant is here. I'll expect no outbursts when I read the verdict one way or another, and I will direct the bailiffs to escort anyone out who violates this directive. Are there any matters that we need to discuss before we bring in the jury and receive the verdict?
Please stay, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Bring in the jury.
I just asked if you guys wanted to watch this verdict, and then we go right back to the Colin Griffith trial. My body can't decide if it wants to be hot or cold because of this cold. Judy, we're watching it. Judy's texting me the play-by-play. So I already know the verdict.
Madam Foreperson, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes.
Would you hand that verdict to the bailiff who will transmit it to the court? Would the defendant please rise? In the case of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Page Cochran, case number 23-F-343K, the jury verdict is as follows. We, the jury on the issues, joined unanimously find the following. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree. The verdict form is signed by Holly Rich, foreperson of the jury. It is dated 1/29/2025. There are no marks on the portion of the verdict form pertaining to involuntary manslaughter. Does the state wish to examine the jury verdict form?
Very good. Thank you.
Does the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You may be seated. Is there a request for the court to poll the jury?
Not from the state. No, Your Honor.
Really?
All right.
Wow.
The verdict is received by the court and directed to be recorded. I'll ask the state to prepare an appropriate order in the premises. The court accepts the jury verdict and finds this defendant guilty of murder in the first degree. The defense will be afforded time to file all appropriate motions. And as we discussed earlier, we must have further proceedings concerning the aspect of mercy. I would like to do that right away, and perhaps to commence this afternoon. I can afford the defense or the state 2 hours to prepare, and we can go directly into the mercy phase.
Mercy phase.
Your Honor, as we pointed out to the court, we cannot have our witnesses prepared in 2 hours. Specifically, we anticipate calling the children. They are not close by at all. They're in school.
What's a mercy phase?
No. What, I can hear you.
I've been corrected on that particular point, but we have to get in touch with our other witnesses. It will take considerable time to do that. We have to make sure they can get here, and we respectfully request to continue these proceedings and have the mercy portion sometime tomorrow.
What saith the state, Mr. Truman?
Your Honor, the state's prepared to go forward. We understand the defense situation. If they could proffer a number of witnesses they're going to have, that might be helpful. And if they can't start out today, then we defer to the court's judgment.
All right. Members of the jury, let me explain to you the circumstances. You have found the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree. There is another aspect that you must consider, and that is whether or not to afford to her mercy. If she receives mercy, she will be eligible for parole in 15 years.
Oh.
If she does not receive mercy, she will spend the rest of her life in prison. And that is a decision that you must determine. We must have a mini trial, so to speak, further proceedings for you to hear additional evidence in that regard and make a determination. You will have to return another verdict in regard to that matter. So the upshot of the situation is you are not finished with your responsibilities. And it is perhaps unfair to start into this right away and to force the attorneys to proceed in this very critical and important part of the proceedings. So it is such that we're going to start up at 9 o'clock in the morning. And I hope you'll understand, and I hope that you will continue to be cooperative and patient and considerate and proceed as you have already. You have been here promptly, and you have provided service as jurors in the manner expected, in the manner certainly I request. So here's the deal. I must still warn you and admonish you not to read anything, hear anything, talk to anyone about this case. And by anyone, I'm talking about your family members or friends, because tomorrow is another day insofar as you all are concerned, and we will proceed further in regard to the mercy phase of this case. So you're not done. And we need for you to come back. And you may be sad about that, or maybe you're okay with that. I don't see anybody throwing tomatoes at me yet. So hopefully you'll understand in it. And I will need you back in your jury room at 9 a.m. I'll try to have a treat for you as a bribe for you to come back. And please
I love you, Judge.
follow my instructions. Don't watch anything on TV or see anything online. Again, for the purpose of this additional phase, I want you to have an open mind and to hear the evidence so you can make this additional determination. I can't tell you anything as to what you must do in regard to Mercy, but if you have any questions about the procedure, or if you want to curse me, now would be the time to do that. I don't see any curses, and I don't see anybody complaining too much. All right, I will need you back in your jury room tomorrow by 9. Anything further before I let the jury go for the day from the state?
Not for the state, all right.
From the
No, Your
defense.
Honor, thank you.
All right, you may follow the bailiff to your jury room, and I'll see you in the morning
Yeah,
at 9
but
a.m.
in Florida, the judge decides that, not the jury. Okay, let's get back to why we're really here.
Volkswagen,
Yes.
96. Was it clean inside?
Yes.
Objects of note in the back seat?
No.
Were any firearms or weapons found in her car?
No, sir.
Going in 98, pop the trunk open. And then finally 99, did there appear to be some like roaster bags maybe?
Yes.
All right, now we're gonna segue briefly to 167 to 169. Going to the aerial overheads. Thank you. All right, 167. Could you please point to the jury? Point for the jury with the red arrow again, where the crime scene house is located. All right, so that's the carport, the driveway, the mulch you can kind of see. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the two houses that seem to be most directly across the street. Could you put the arrow on those two houses? Could you point to the crime scene house? All right. Then the houses across the street. And then finally, the last photograph. That's the crime scene house there. And all right, thank you. Now, describe to the jury in a general sense, when you see evidence or things that might be evidence, how do you impound it, or what do you do with it?
So we first talk to our detective on scene, whoever our homicide detective is, or any general detective, depending on the type of call that it is, and we confirm with them that they want it collected as an item of evidence. We take brown paper bags with us into scenes, and we will write the time that we've collected it, what the item is, and where we've collected it from. And then we put them all together, and we will take them back with us to the office. to put in a temporary evidence locker.
Did you take fingernail swabbings and/or clippings from the victim?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what that means and how you did that.
So we first got permission from the medical examiner to be able to do that on scene, but for swabbings, we take a wet cotton swab that we wet with water, and then we take a dry cotton swab and we rub underneath the fingernails of the victim. And then we will also take fingernail clippers and clip the victim's fingernails and place them in a small manila envelope that has a glassine envelope in it as well.
And can your end product then be sent to FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, for them to do any analysis that they want to do,
Yes.
such as DNA comparisons or things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, between the victim's right hand, between her index finger and her thumb, and like the webbing there, did you notice an injury?
Yes.
Did you describe that as a laceration?
Yes.
Now, when a victim is taken to the medical examiner's office, do they take photographs that document the body, the injuries, the external and the internal?
Yes.
All right, Investigator Ellis, I don't have any further questions for you.
Excuse me.
Investigator Ellis, I just have a few questions for you. Took the pictures that have been shown to the jury today. That was many hours after Kathy Griffith died, correct?
I am not sure of the exact time of death.
Didn't take pictures until after 9.
Yes.
So at least those 2 hours, if not longer.
Correct.
And during those 2 hours, you don't know who all was in that kitchen, do you?
No.
And before you even arrived on scene at about 7, you don't know who was in that kitchen?
No.
Are you aware that first responders or emergency medical technicians did respond to the scene to perform life-saving functions on Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
And you're aware of that partly because she had some of the stickers that they use on her body, right?
Yes.
The area where Kathy Griffith was laying is a fairly tight area, right?
Yes.
So have you been on scenes before when emergency medical technicians are trying to revive someone or save their lives?
I have not been present while they are performing life-saving measures. I've been present after the fact.
Okay, so you're not aware of how frantic it is and how many people have to get close to the body?
Correct.
Okay, but it's at least possible that first responders or emergency medical technicians may have altered the kitchen in some way, not on purpose, but in their efforts to save Kathy Griffith.
Yes.
May have stepped on things, right, like blood,
Yes.
and they may have moved items that got in their way, right?
Yes.
Like the bag that we saw in the picture.
Yes.
Are you also aware that Colin Griffith actually performed CPR for quite some time on Kathy Griffith before anybody else responded to the scene?
I did not know anything pertaining to him prior to my arrival.
Have you been trained in how to do CPR on somebody?
Yes.
And one of the first things anyone is instructed to do is to lay the person flat on their back, right?
Yes.
And that's enabling the person who's performing CPR to get a good surface upon which to do the chest compressions, right?
Yeah.
So you have no idea what position Kathy Griffith was in either when she suffered the wound to her neck or shortly after she suffered the wound to her neck.
Correct.
Are you aware at all of the mechanics of how wounds work?
I do not have any experience with wounds.
Okay. I'll save that for somebody else then. The flip-flops that you spoke about, they were actually reversed, right? Like the left one was on the right and the right one was on the left in the picture,
Yes.
and one was turned upside down. Somebody fell back out of their shoes, right?
It could be possible, yes.
And then they flipped and one turned over.
Yes.
The island, you mentioned it took 3 to 4 detectives to lift it and move it. So it wasn't like you could just touch it or bump against it and it would move like this on wheels.
Correct. It was pretty heavy.
The shirt that you talk about in the photos, was it actually determined that that shirt belonged to Colin Griffith?
I was never informed if it actually belonged to him. It just had Colin Griffith's name written on the inside of the shirt.
And that shirt was recovered from around Kathy Griffith's neck,
Above her head.
above her head.
Yes,
Okay.
on the floor above her head.
Okay. So like it had been possibly taken off and used to either support her head or try and stop the wound from bleeding.
Possibly.
It was right near towels that were possibly serving that purpose as well, right?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of Colin ever?
I did not. I never made contact with Colin.
All right. The slit that you mentioned on the shirt, where was it on the shirt?
It was on the lower, more midsection left side of the shirt.
So like the torso area?
About right here. Yes.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to stand up and show the
Sorry.
jury because they can't see.
It's about right here.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay, so front left side of his stomach area.
Yes.
You never made contact with Colin, so you never took the photographs of him.
I did not. I was forensic investigator range.
The keys that were seen on the trunk of the black Jetta,
Yes.
that key ring contained several keys on it, right?
Yes.
And although that key ring with keys was on top of the black Jetta, it actually contained the keys to the white Jetta that was parked in the street, right?
I'm not sure.
So you didn't.
I did not unlock the vehicles. The detectives unlocked the vehicles.
Okay. Well, let me put it this way:
The wrong person, the wrong question.
the keys that were in the kitchen,
Yes.
it was on a round key ring, right, with just a car key.
Yes.
Okay. So did you test that to see that it actually belongs to the black Jetta?
I did not do anything as far as unlocking or locking vehicles.
Every single trial. Why do the attorneys always do this? They ask the wrong investigator the wrong type of questions. They should know which investigator to ask which questions. It drives me insane.
Key ring, because there are two Jettas here, specifying which one the keys go to.
I car key in particular.
Just one car key on it. It had no other keys, right?
Correct.
No house keys.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor, but she'll remain on standby for later on.
You're free to go for the day. If you're needed back, you'll get a phone call. Thank you. Would you approach off the record briefly? Just housekeeping.
And just like the last.
This is downstairs, so
All right.
call down for her.
Folks, I think we're going to try to take up one more witness before lunch who should not be very lengthy. The witness is downstairs, however, and I do need to speak with the lawyers about a matter before that witness testifies. So I'm going to ask that you step into the jury room for a few minutes.
All right, please.
Always gets disturbed. Always. By life-saving measures, by someone trying to cover the crime, always something. So by the time crime scene investigators get there, things are different. If she was the one that inventoried the keys, maybe it wasn't the wrong question, the wrong person asked, but she said that the detectives were the ones that unlocked the car, so they knew which key went to which
Would you
car.
like to suggest exactly what limiting instruction or warning I should give the witness?
It should be limited to he conducted an investigation as part of whatever law enforcement agency he belonged to then into a shooting death. I don't think it should say at home because being 15 at the time, I think this jury could jump to some conclusions that might lead him to believe that it was a family member. So just a shooting death, an investigation. There were 2 shots, and that Colin was a suspect and was arrested, but that he was never charged up to today.
What do you guys think about that?
Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, I would propose in conformance with the court's ruling a week or 2 ago that the officer will testify that he was one of the first responders to the scene of a shooting. I don't have a problem saying, not saying that it was a house. That the person that was killed was shot 2 times. Your Honor mentioned that I could ask the question about, or that the answer would be acceptable to be shot 2 times, once in the chest, 1 in the head. That it was not in dispute that the defendant was the person that shot and killed the individual. That the defendant was investigated and arrested for the killing. And as of today's date, he has not been indicted for any crimes, and the case remains under investigation.
Remaining under investigation, I don't think that that's appropriate.
We've discussed this previously, and I think, if I remember correctly, it's not something I said. I know I at least thought it, that the time that's relevant as to whether it was pending, the investigation was pending, would have been at the time of the alleged murder, because that goes hand in hand with motive potentially, but that anything beyond that, I do not believe. At this point, I could see how it might become relevant, but at this point is not relevant. So if the witness knows if at the time of this case, or if this incident, it was still an open matter.
I mean, we could have him say that the state attorney or district attorney from Oklahoma reviewed everything and opted not to file charges. I mean, they weren't investigating it in September of 2024.
Well, we all know that that doesn't matter. I mean, investigations are reopened all the time, but so
Might be after this.
what is it you anticipate he's going to say about the time?
Yeah. If Your Honor is saying that that would be confined to when she sent it on that date, September 8th of 2024, my understanding is that the officer would say, yes, the case was still open and under investigation.
That's not your understanding of what he
No,
would say?
not at all.
All right, well, he's way up. You can take a short break for you two to go talk to him in the hall.
Right,
Which is not the case.
yeah. Why do we have to say anything about whether the investigation is still open or not?
Well, Your Honor,
Or was at the time or wasn't at the time?
it sounds like the defense wants the jury to know that he wasn't charged and the prosecutor's office reviewed it in Oklahoma and chose not to charge it, which is in essence endorsing the defense position that it wasn't a crime and that it's done and over with and that it was justified self-defense, which I think would be unfair to the state.
Ms. Thornhill's point about open or not open is
So both the parents.
some part well taken, but as I just said, you and I both know closed investigations are reopened all the time based on new evidence when there's no, I don't know for sure what the statute of limitations is in Oklahoma, but I imagine
For
like
murder?
Florida, there is none for a murder, first degree murder. That's really the important is that while even if it had been closed, it could be reopened. But I don't know that you can get that out of this witness. I also understand the state's perspective that leaving that we decided not to charge him with some determination affirmatively that he acted in self-defense or that he was for some other reason not criminally responsible.
I am not insinuating, nor would I want to ask that that was the final word forever. But where we are right now and where we were on September 8th of 2024 is that they had done an investigation. The state attorney's office had reviewed it. They had opted not to charge him, period. So us speculating what might or might not happen in the future, to either side, I think it would be unfair. And if they indicate that the investigation's open, that makes it sound like he's about to be charged with murder.
Well, I agree with that. Whatever's going on today or after the incident is not coming in and is not relevant. What was relevant and what I think jury, if they need to know anything else, what they need to know is that a closed case doesn't necessarily mean closed forever.
Well, Your Honor,
A decision not to prosecute is not binding forever.
How about if we say there was a decision not to file charges at that point? Leave it at that.
Mr. Levine?
well, that's a true statement. I would ask though to go a little bit further. If I understood Your Honor correctly, you were saying what was the status of the investigation, the homicide investigation in Oklahoma on September 8th, 2024, which would be the relevant date of your inquiry.
And my understanding from Snell is that the decision had been made not to be at that point.
In May of 2023.
What I was going to say is, regardless of what I think or what she thinks, I think what the witness understanding is would give the court some, I guess, final guidance on how you should rule. But if he says on September 8th, 2024, it was still an open investigation, then I would ask to be able to elicit that. It's gonna kind of help both sides in terms of it'll come out that the defendant was not charged. It's clearly hasn't been charged, but on September 8th, which is the relevant date of 2024, if this witness knows that the case was still under investigation, but he hadn't been charged, and I would argue that's relevant and should be admissible. I think I said in my opening statement, if I remember correctly, that he hasn't been indicted.
Here's what we're going to do so we can have a better than what if discussion about this is let you find out from the witness now what he would say in response to your question before I make a decision about it. I thought we had addressed this earlier, but
He's probably
Perhaps that's all it
outside,
was, and we didn't.
He's probably outside, so the defense and I can step out and get that resolved.
All right,
Why
should
don't
we?
can we have him come in and proffer it so it's on the
Sure.
record? Thanks.
If you could, Deputy, if you could get Officer Christopher Hyde.
Sir, you can just stand at the podium right there.
I think they either should have left it out completely
Raise your right hand, Mr. Warren.
Do you solemnly swear?
or left it in completely.
In this case, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Mr. Levine?
Thank you.
I mean, I could
Officer
be
Hyde, a
wrong,
very
but-
narrow, specific question. On the date of September 8th, 2024, Griffith regarding exposing some evidence regarding the Oklahoma murder. To your understanding on that date of September 8th of 2024, was the homicide case still under investigation?
Yes.
And at that time, is it a true statement the defendant had not been charged or indicted on any official charges by Oklahoma as it pertained to the shooting? Is that correct?
That is correct.
For these purposes, I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. Ms. Thornhill.
Officer Hyde, when did you leave the sheriff's office that investigated this case?
June or July.
So before September 8th of 2024.
That is correct.
So, and you,
Yeah.
Okay, so you have no idea what they're doing on this case in Oklahoma, do you?
I have spoken to the district attorney's office.
Okay,
Fired?
what has the district attorney's office told you specifically?
The case
Uh-oh.
is still pending investigation.
Who told you that?
District Attorney Thompson. I believe is her last name.
When did they tell you this? After September 8th of 2024?
That is correct.
So on September 8th of 2024, you have no idea what the state attorney's office position was other than they had not charged Colin Griffith.
On that date in particular,
Yes.
that is correct. I do
Okay.
not know on that date.
And then after Kathy Griffith died, you contacted the state attorney's office in Oklahoma and said, by the way, we have this text message. There might be some ring videos of him admitting to planning the death of his father. So I think, that was the basis of them pending an investigation, right?
I have no knowledge of a text message.
Okay. So what happened after September 8th, 2024, that you were in contact with the district attorney's office in Oklahoma about Colin Griffith at all?
I was able to read the entirety of the OSBI's report. And I don't believe that they were able to read the entirety of it.
Who wasn't?
The district attorney's office. I don't believe that it needed to be reopened.
Right, based on this.
I had not previously seen it.
Okay. The timing,
Your Honor, I can solve this. I'm not going to be answering.
the timing. February of 2023, Colin Griffith is arrested for the death of his father.
Correct.
By May of 2023, the district attorney's office in Oklahoma said, we are not filing charges against Colin Griffith in the death of his father, correct?
I believe that is correct, that time frame.
So that's another thing I was worried about. I believe that's right. Okay.
Just a question.
So,
You're gonna argue outside his presence.
so Colin, his bond is discharged in Oklahoma, right?
I'm unsure of that.
So the district attorney's office says, despite this investigation that the sheriff's office, and I don't remember the county, Lincoln County, and despite the investigation by OSBI, we are not filing charges against Colin Griffith in the death of his father, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and then you heard nothing about Colin Griffith again until September 8th of 2024, or around that time.
I don't believe so.
So it was after Kathy Griffith died that this whole investigation into Colin Griffith
and the death of his father back up. So far as you know.
To my knowledge, yes.
Additional questions for the proper?
No, Your Honor.
Would you step outside, please?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
So I think Officer has alleged that on September 8th of 2024, there was no ongoing investigation into the death of Colin's father. So it's irrelevant that they're now investigating again.
I agree with that, that they're now investigating him again, but Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, I'm not going to ask about the status of the investigation on September 8th, 2024, which is what Your Honor said would be relevant. So I don't intend on asking after hearing the officer's answers, but on 24, which is kind of neither here nor there, because I'm not going to ask about it, but it didn't sound like he knew what the status was. Now, so I'm not going to ask about the status of it.
So that raises another concern that I brought up when Your Honor issued the ruling on the motion in limine, and that was that would the witness, I was willing to stipulate to all of this information being presented to the jury without having a witness. Obviously, Mr. Levine can try the case the way he wants to, and he said he wanted to call law enforcement officer from Oklahoma. And then I said something to the effect of, are they going to be able to testify that Colin was not charged? And we all said, well, they've got to know that he wasn't charged. And now him saying, so far as I know, I mean.
I thought he said, as of May, whatever it was.
He said,
23.
so far as I know, but I don't know the timing. He was very, he seemed a little wishy-washy on it,
About what issue?
about whether Colin was charged.
I mean, I can't speak for the officer, but the officer knows he wasn't charged. If Ms. Thornhill is concerned about him having a qualified answer to the best of if he says to the best of my knowledge or whatnot, I'm fine if it's acceptable for him to understand through the court that he is allowed and permitted to just give a honest, short answer, which is no, the defendant wasn't charged.
Well, I'm not going to tell the witness what the truth is. So if the witness doesn't know for sure, that's his answer. I mean, I don't remember him specifically, what he specifically said about that particular question. I was listening more for the September 8th. And that's where I thought I heard the, to my knowledge, or, best of my belief. But
Well, I just want to make sure, like, in fairness to the defense, I agree with the proposition that the evidence is and should show for the benefit of the jury, obviously honesty and clarity that the defendant was not charged pertaining to the killing in Oklahoma.
so, Ms. Thornhill, let me ask you this question. If the witness testifies and afterwards, I agree with you that he was wishy-washy, if he indeed is wishy-washy on that, is there a problem, assuming the state agrees, to simply instructing the jury, members of the jury, the decision in Oklahoma not to charge Mr. Griffith was made on whatever date it was by the district attorney, something to that effect.
That is great. I've been trying
Mr.
to
Levine?
have that be the result the whole
I
time.
mean, if the witness gives forthright testimony that he was not, that the district attorney made the decision not to charge him, then there's no need for that instruction. So, Mr. Levine, what's your
I'm
position?
fine with that.
All right. And then
No, I'm not gonna say anything about the bond, no talk about bond. I was just trying to.
And sitting here thinking about it, do you both agree that this issue of whether it's open or closed at the time of this incident, that you really don't need to go into that. I mean, isn't it sort of apparent to even just a lay person that cases can be reopened? Homicides can be reopened. So even, and it does appear to be the case that at the time of this incident, that case was closed, done, over in the filing cabinet, and that the only that might be open now because of incident, but that we would find that the threat still carries the same weight in the mind of the person who's threatened. Yeah, they said it was self-defense back then, or said they couldn't disprove self-defense back then. This is going to cause a problem, and they're going to reopen it, and especially if there's Ring doorbell evidence of me saying it was a murder and not self-defense. Isn't that? Do you agree that the average juror would understand that to be the case, Mr. Levine?
If I followed you correctly, I think that would be reasonable.
So without having to have testimony about whether it was open or closed at the time of at the specific time of this incident.
Yes, and I think that's reasonable. I think it's fair to both sides because neither side is able to advance that it wouldn't be filed or is going to be filed or it's not going to be filed. It's really irrelevant the way the way Your Honor explained it and go into any further detail.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, Judge, I just wanted to make the record clear. I am not reading the previous
I
sections.
know.
I think simple, short. He was a first responder. It was a death of a person, 2 gunshot wounds under the head, 1 to the chest. Colin was arrested. He was never charged, period.
And it was not disputed that the defendant shot and killed the person.
That's fine.
All right. I think that was my rule.
Yeah, exactly, but I anticipated and believed, I think with good reason, that it might go beyond that.
All right. Could we have
We have like 30 seconds. I need to confer with the defense about one quick thing.
Sir, you're about to be called to the stand by the state. A first responder to the killing in Oklahoma. You're not to say anything that it was a house or that the deceased person was his father or related to him in some fashion. You are permitted to testify that the deceased person was shot in the chest and shot in the head, once in the chest, once in the head. It's not in dispute that it was Mr. Griffith over there who inflicted those injuries, and that he was never charged in that incident. Have I left anything out, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
No, sir.
So
I will ask the officer if he could identify the defendant.
That's fine.
All right. So do you have any questions about the limits of your testimony?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Thank you. If you just step outside. We're ready.
And kids that age that have mental issues that want help, they say all kinds of crap. So just because a teenager says that they're going to do something drastic like that doesn't mean that they are. Except in his case, he already did it once. But the jury doesn't know that. However, they do know that he did kill someone. But he wasn't charged. Which is why I think that muddies the waters. And I don't know that they should have been told. I don't know. See, this is what I'm having a problem with. If they knew he killed his dad, then they might automatically say, yes, he's guilty for killing his mom. But now, with the fact that they know he killed somebody in the past, they're going to have so many other questions about that they can't know.
You may be
I
seated.
guess I'm like, I'm on the fence about that part.
Mr. Levine, next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Christopher Hyde.
Back, what you said. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Officer Hyde, may you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Fred, spelled CHRISTOPHERA.
Are you employed?
I'm employed as a police officer with the Iowa Tribe Police Department.
And what state is that in?
That is in Oklahoma.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 8 years now.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to February 14th of 2023. Were you working for the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office as a deputy on that date?
I was.
And did you respond to a homicide scene within your jurisdiction?
Yes,
Were you one of the first responders?
I was.
Were you able to determine through your investigation that the deceased individual had been shot 2 times?
That is correct.
Were you able to determine that 1 gunshot wound was to the chest and 1 gunshot wound was to the head?
Yes.
Through your investigation, were you able to determine that the defendant here in court is the individual who shot the deceased?
Yes.
Now, the person that you saw that day, do you see them in court today?
I do.
If you recognize them by something they're wearing, could you state that for the record and perhaps point to the individual?
The defendant is seated at the defense table in a gray suit jacket.
Your Honor, the record will reflect Officer Hyde has identified the defendant. And is it a fair statement that the defendant was not charged for that killing in Oklahoma by the prosecutor's office?
That is correct.
And was the defendant arrested for that?
He was.
All right, Officer Hyde, I have no further questions.
Ms. Ross,
No props.
is the witness released?
He is.
That was it?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 after noon. We will take our hour lunch at this time. Remember, don't talk about the case with anyone. If anyone approaches you and tries to talk to you about the case, tell our jury, tell them stop. If they don't, and let me know as soon as you can by writing it down and giving it to the bailiff. Please enjoy your lunch and return at 10 after 1.
All rise, please.
conversation about the testimony took
This issue regarding
longer than the
presence
testimony.
during one.
I decided again on his desire to be outside of the courtroom
All
when
right.
it's published, played for the jury. Putting him back in the holding cell is acceptable.
Mr. Levine, is that going to be directly after lunch?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Griffith, you're still under oath. We had previously been talking about your decision to absent yourself from the courtroom during publication of that exhibit. You asked for some additional time with Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry. Have you had enough additional time?
I have not.
And have you discussed the pros and cons of being in here or waiving your appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have they answered all your questions and addressed any concerns you have about that particular issue?
Yes, Your Honor, they did.
Now, are you under the influence of anything right now, drugs, alcohol, or medication that's prescribed you at the jail?
No, Your Honor.
And has anyone promised you anything or threatened you to get you to absent yourself from the courtroom for a portion of this trial?
No, Your Honor.
I've heard about some mental health history on your behalf. Are you currently under a diagnosis at the jail?
No, Your Honor, I have no diagnosis.
So you're not supposed to be taking any medication that helps you think more clearly or make good decisions.
I am under no prescription, Your Honor.
And Ms. Thornhill, Mr. Hendry, has there been any reason today to believe that your client is not competent to make important decisions such as this?
Not at all.
No, Your Honor.
All right. And are you satisfied with the advice and counsel that Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry have given you about this particular issue?
Yes.
Do you have any questions of me?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else you want to know,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hendry?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I find that your choice to waive your appearance during that portion of
I
the
know, right?
trial is freely, knowingly, and intelligently made, and that it's advice of competent counsel. Now, if you change your mind, just tap your lawyer on the shoulder. But Ms. Thornhill, I need to tell the jury something. So what do you suggest I tell? I've never had this occur.
And neither have I.
I'm going to sit down. You may sit.
Okay. I mean, I think simple and straightforward that Colin Griffith has elected not to be present in the courtroom while this particular piece of evidence is published to you. He will be removed from the courtroom, and then they can watch and walk back.
Mr. Levine?
No objection.
All right. So
And
Your Honor, if I may, I would prefer that, Ms. Thornhill and I get an opportunity to kind of mull this over over lunch.
Yeah.
As far as like the exact wording that we would like, I don't have any objection to what she's just suggested, but we hadn't actually discussed how that instruction would look. And frankly, I thought of it, that it was something that you would have to do, but yeah, we'll, if we could, like, before the jury comes back, have
it would be
something.
very helpful if you would write it down and email it to me and copy Mr. Levine.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
no, sir.
All right. Tucker.
Come on, StreamYard. Yard. Yep. a lot less taxpayer money. Okay. Let me see. I can find the press conference after his arrest. I was like guilty, and I know you're not supposed to, but I figured he killed his dad, and then so I was just like guilty. But now that I've heard about his relationship with his mother, I don't know. I kind of want to know a little bit about his relationship with his dad, but we're not going to hear about that. I can figure out how to work YouTube. I can find it because I have it in my watch later list. I can't figure out how to get to my watch later. There it is. I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. I should say I will be a professional one day. Maybe.
And killed herself. Being with me today, I've got two items that we're going to go over. And the first one that I want to talk about is a murder, a cold-blooded murder of a 9-year-old mother, 17-year-old son. And it's not just a singular murder, but as we got into the investigation, we found that about a year and a half, maybe a year and 8 months, 9 months, his father in Oklahoma. So let me tell you about this. It all started on September the 8th, which was this last Sunday, when we got a 911 call from Colin Griffith, who's 17 years of age.
I don't know what's happening.
And here's what he said. He said he and his mother had a very long fight, and she fell on a knife.
Hold on. This is what I get for making the I'm a professional remark. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, good gravy, Murray.
Being with me today, I've got two items that we're going to go over. And the first one that I want to talk about is a murder, a cold-blooded murder of a 39-year-old mother by her 17-year-old son. And it's not just a singular murder, but as we got into the investigation, we found that about a year and a half, maybe a year and 8 months, 9 months earlier, he murdered his father in Oklahoma. So let me tell you about this. It all started on September the 8th, which was this last Sunday, when we got a 911 call from Colin Griffith, who's 17 years of age. And here's what he said. He said he and his mother had a very long fight, and she fell on a knife and killed herself. And she's bleeding from the neck. He didn't say she killed herself, said he's bleeding from the neck. So our 911 operators appropriately were giving them instruction on how techniques. When the deputies arrived, he met the deputies outside and he was calm, cool, collected, not upset, and he had blood on him. What we found inside was this knife. This knife, and of the 12 inches, 8 inches of that is the blade. So he's saying that his mother fell on this knife. We started our investigation at that point. The next morning at the medical examiner's office and the autopsy, the medical examiner said it is not reasonable or plausible that she died the way that he said she did. Just didn't happen. There were witnesses outside the mobile home that actually saw Colin drag his mother into the house by the hair on her head. Colin is about 6 foot and 160 pounds. So an investigation started. This residence was at 77 Hewlett Drive, which is Auburndale, and it's called the Hamptons. It's a 55 and over community. And where it occurred was at Colin's grandmother's house. Colin's grandmother at the time was not there. She has another home in the Keys, and that's where she was. But let me go through some details, because as we start to peel back the layer of this onion, we find out that this is not just a singular event with Colin stabbing his mother in the neck and ultimately killing her. Here's what we found, and follow me as I read a timeline to you. On February 14th, 2023, on Valentine's Day, in Lincoln County, Nebraska. Lincoln County, Oklahoma. There's a Lincoln County, Nebraska too. In Lincoln County, Oklahoma, Colin said that his dad pulled a knife on him.
Don't you do it, woman.
And he shot and killed his dad. That's right. His father was named Charles. He shot him once in the chest and once in the head, and he claimed self-defense. The Lincoln County Sheriff's Office and the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigations charged Colin with murder in the first degree. They dropped the charges less than a month later. They said they could not disprove Colin's assertion of self-defense. So he was released. Well, when he was released, in March of 23, just barely a month after the original murder of his father, he came to Charlotte County, Florida, to live with his mother. And when he came to live with his mother, Colin Griffith, who was 39, you would think things would be better. He would be really, really lucky that, hey, this was a self-defense and I'm here with mom. But 6 months later, guess what happened? He's Baker acted. So it's September, and as he's getting out of the original Baker Act, he makes a statement that, well, I'll kill myself or I'll kill my mother by shooting or stabbing her. Charlotte County re-Baker acts him the same exact day. They keep him 3 more days. Now we're 2 months later. This is November 2023. Colin then is arrested for domestic violence on his mother. And the reason he battered his mother is because she was disciplining him and took his video game privileges away. So he beat up his mother. He pushed her to the ground and he stomped on her. The grandmother was there and witnessed this. Colin said it was self-defense. She made me do it. The grandmother said, no, no, no. Your mother did not provoke this at all. You simply were being disciplined and made to give up your game because of failure to carry out what you should, empty the garbage, wash the dishes, whatever they gave him to do. He claims self-defense when he stomped his mama, but he went to jail anyway. 3 months later, 12th of February in 2024,
That was left out, wasn't it?
he has an argument with his mother, and he runs away from Charlotte County and comes back to Auburndale to his grandmother's house. Now, his grandmother's not there. And we got involved in this on the 12th of February. And the mother said, and the grandmother said, hey, we don't feel safe with him around. So our deputies who found him up here as a missing persons reported in Charlotte County turned him over to DCF. 2 days later, on the 14th of February, the anniversary of him killing his dad a year ago, he's reunited with his mother by DCF. Colin made the statement that I don't want to go home. I'll use any force necessary to avoid it, to include killing my mother. So that's the second time he threatened to kill his mother. 2 weeks later, so they didn't make him go home on the 14th, but about 2 weeks later, in March 2024, they reunite Colin with his mother again. Everybody's calmed down. In 2024, Colin graduated from an alternative high school in Charlotte County and began attending community college. Now let's advance 4 months later to September the 6th. About home chores, and he flees from his mother's house again and comes up to his grandmother's house. Grandmother's not there. She's in the Keys. So then mom had calmed down and she tells her son, hey, you need to come home. And she asked him to come home and face his responsibility. Colin says, I'm not coming back home. That was September the 7th. So now we're to the fateful day on September 8th. Mom drives up here to Auburndale from Charlotte County. She arrives at 4 o'clock. At about 4:30, witnesses and neighbors see Colin and mom arguing outside, and Colin grabs his mother by the hair and drags her into the house. Just about 2 hours later, that's when we receive a 911 call where Colin said, I've had a very, very long fight with mom, and she fell on a knife and she's bleeding from the neck. Our investigation clearly and unequivocally shows that that circumstance did not occur like that. In fact, he used similar language to when he made the 911 call, 18 or 20 months earlier, when he shot and killed his father. It's important to understand when you look at this, you see a kid. When I look at him, I see a psychopath. I see totally erratic behavior to the point that he's already at 17 years of age, shot and killed his father and got away with it. Mother in the neck so hard that the knife went all the way through and was to the back of her neck. And she died there. He's been charged with first degree murder, obviously. Decision, but our state attorney's office is the greatest to prosecute him as an adult. We've also wrapped back around with the prosecutor's office, as they call them in Oakland. He said, if we develop information during this investigation that allows them, they will reopen the murder investigation in Oklahoma and potentially charge him out there. But at this time, they did not have sufficient information to charge him with murder. The unfortunate thing was now he's killed two people and killed his mother and father. And I can assure you, beyond vision of every reasonable doubt, based upon his conduct, had he gone to live with his grandmother at the end of this and she crossed him, she would be next. He's violent. He's dangerous. He showed zero remorse when he was being interviewed. In fact, we attempted the interview. He met the original deputy in the front yard. Mom's here, mom's bleeding to death, mom needs help. He looked the deputy in the eye and says, I know my rights, I want an attorney. Zero emotion about hurry up, help mom, she's bleeding, she's got a problem. He is a dangerous human being. And we have him securely locked up, and we are working with the state attorney's office. We're putting the rest of the investigation together. We have began to talk to some of the family, which had like an event. Are there any questions?
Sheriff, do you think the system failed him, that he should have never been out after killing his father?
Well, so when you look at this and you see how violent and how dangerous he is, it makes you wonder to what extent and what depth of investigation was done, because they released him from that murder charge that was lodged apparently within a month or so, because they were shipping him to his mother that quick. Now, did they wrap it up in that short period of time, or did they just say, hey, find the family later that we're not going to charge him? I don't know. But it's important to be accountable and responsible for your own actions. My question is, was there anything else that could have been done? Because had Oklahoma been able to act, Catherine would be alive and well today. But because she took him and tried to do like a mother should do and take care of him, she's now dead. That's special, should be special to him in his life, is dead when they crossed him.
Is there any history of abuse?
We're looking through that now to see what his family history there may be.
Sheriff, I noticed he has a charge of violation of no contact order.
We're working through the back
Contact.
pages now. Obviously, he's been involved with DCF in Oklahoma, if for no other reason, from the murder. He was involved with DCF here. We've been putting together our criminal case. We will go through the back pages of him and any other interactions he's had with the system to try to determine everything that we can. But what we know for sure is he's violent and he's dangerous and he'll kill you because he's done that on 2 occasions. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask, I noticed that the witnesses say they saw him outside at 4:30 with the fight. The 911 call was at 6 p.m. There's suspicion he killed his mother much earlier. And then
We are also investigating that. As you know, with these death investigations, the medical examiner cannot narrow down the frame to a 15-minute period. But certainly there are telltale signs that we are working through. So we looked inside the house. He said there was a protracted fight, and the home is neat and clean and no evidence of any kind of a large fight or a long fight, as he said. It's a kitchen knife from the house.
People might hear you say DCF was involved and, you know, he was released. Is there anything you want to say about the system in Florida, the DCF system?
Do you know, DCF has an impossible job because all of society's wayward children and problem children and hot action events come to their lap. What did they know when? I don't know. That's part of the background investigation. I'm certainly not in a position, nor do I have an inclination to blame DCF at this point in the investigation. He was being intensely watched by the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office as a part of one of their programs down there. They had often contact with him and did a remarkable job keeping up with him. But he was not under any criminal charges at all. It was simply that he'd been Baker Act and he had made verbal threats, and a verbal threat in and of itself, until you have the ability to carry it out and the means and a lot of legal.
I thought they said he went to jail for domestic violence.
Can't just arrest people. And Mom came back up here to get him to, once again, she was angry. She needed a cooling off period for a time, and then she wanted him back down there so she could appropriately deal with him. So a lot of background and a lot of DCF stuff between Oklahoma and Florida that we're looking through. But listen, when you finish all of this, what I call sociological positioning, nothing gives you the right to unilaterally stab your mother and kill her. And I'm not convinced, based upon what I know now, Oklahoma didn't know this then, there were no witnesses to him shooting his dad. I'm not sure now that he didn't set his dad up to murder him. We don't know that. It's under investigation. And certainly my prayer is if somebody knows something that can help prosecute him in Oklahoma that was missed for whatever, they come forward. Okay?
Okay. That was weird. And there's nothing going on in the courtroom. Judy, I was teasing Sheriff Judd, but he does hold kind of a spot in my heart because he was the lead in he was the lead detective on my mother-in-law's missing persons case. So he was the one that confronted my father-in-law. My father-in-law said, "You can't prove I killed her." Didn't say I didn't kill my wife. Said, "You can't prove I killed my wife." But I also enjoyed his press conferences before I even knew that. I thought he was funny. And then when I found out that he was the one, I was like, ooh, even better. But yeah, he is a bit extra and he does speculate. Yes, 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 yes. He is a born and bred Floridian, if that tells you anything. Not knocking born and bred Floridians because I'm one as well. Buford, I don't know who that is. But yeah. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't disagree. I don't. But it's like it's 2020. And yeah, you can say all that at a press conference. None of none of it's proof. Um, I feel bad for him. Yet I don't have the whole story. And we're not ever gonna get the whole story. He's never gonna come forward and say exactly, well, this is what happened. And mom's dad, dad's dad, grandma wasn't there. So we're never gonna get their side of the story. We got from the prosecution, he didn't want to do his chores. So he went to grandma's house knowing that he had free run of the place. But I thought Sheriff Judd said that he had been arrested for domestic violence, and one of the reporters said something about a no contact order. And I didn't hear any of that in opening statements. But then Sheriff Judd turned around and said there were no criminal charges against him at all. So I don't know. But it seems like the sheriff's office was watching him. He had been Baker acted. He had been taken into foster care by DCF, even though she wasn't there at the time, but she was paying attention. What else was there to do? I don't know that there's I don't know that there was a solution in this case. But I know if I had been his mom and he was somewhere, if I told okay, forget about all the other things we learned today. Normal mom, normal son. I tell you to do your chores. You refuse to do them. You leave the house. You go somewhere else. I call you, tell you to come home. You're supposed to be doing your chores. No, I'm not coming home. I'm going to go over there and I'm going to snatch your butt up, put you in the car, bring you home, and make you do your chores. That's normal mother son behavior. Well, they arrested him in Oklahoma. He wasn't charged with anything, but he was originally arrested because before they had a chance to investigate it, they arrested him, and then they investigated him, and then they let it go. But this wasn't a normal mother and son. This was, and I also want to know why he was living with his dad. But I guess they're not going to tell us that either. Was he living with his dad by choice because his mom was so erratic? Because the way they described mom was like she was just trouble. Like she would alienate the family just because she'd get mad at whatever. I mean, I did that to my stepdaughters for a couple of years, but message and they treat me better now. I did it for a reason and it worked. Oh, okay, I know who that is. I think, was that movie a remake? The one with Tommy Lee Jones was a remake of a old movie? Because I think I saw an old movie with a different person playing that one, unless I'm mistaken. I'll have to look it up later. Right, that's what I'm saying. This isn't a normal mother-son thing. Dang it. StreamYard. It's not a normal son thing. That's the problem. Because if it was, it would be guilty. But now I need more evidence. I need to know how bad this mother was. But see, the dead dad complicates things. We're both parents, but they can't consider that. Now, oh my God, this is like, I know I haven't heard a lot of evidence yet, but this is still like the grayest of gray trials I think I've ever watched. Because now I'm concerned about his mental health. And I'm not so sure this is as much of a slam dunk as I thought it was. So what are they trying to go with not guilty or self-defense or what are they going with? What is the defense trying to go with? Like what is did they say the reason he did it? Or they're saying that he didn't do it at all, that she fell on the knife, right? So are we going to have some type of a reenactment to explain how she fell on a knife? This is a weird one, y'all. You guys know that feeling when you have to sneeze and you can't? hours. It's been going on for hours. Yesterday, I couldn't stop sneezing. Today, I felt like I've needed to sneeze all day and I can't. Okay, now I'm going to look up Walking Tall because I can't remember that guy's name, but I could have sworn I saw that movie a long, long, long time ago with a different actor. Oh, wait a minute. In 2004, Dwayne Johnson. 1973, Joe Don Baker. That's the one I saw. Joe Don Baker. That's the one I saw. Wait, how old was I when that came out? 4? I know I didn't watch it when I was 4. I've seen it. I know I didn't see it when I was 4, but I've seen it. I must have watched it when I was a teenager, because when I was a teenager, I got into like this classic movie thing, which 74 probably really wasn't a classic in the 80s, but anything that was from when I was little I thought was classic in the 80s. And I watched stuff like that, To Kill a Mockingbird, Gone with the Wind, like all those movies, Wizard of Oz. Those were all like I got really into those in the 80s. Like I was a teenager, they were classic movies, and I was like all into classics. Yeah. Dang it. This is me now. This is me not being patient. And I'm clicking the button too many times. Yeah. And I imagine we're going to hear a lot of experts from the defense. I imagine about relationships and family dynamics. I can't even speak right now. Dynamics. My nose hurts because it needs to sneeze. You haven't lost your mind. You just mixed it up. Tommy Lee Jones was in the remake of The Fugitive. You're thinking of The Fugitive. That's what it was. I did not even realize that Leif Garrett was in this movie. That's probably why I watched it when I was... That's probably why I watched it when I was a teenager. Leif Garrett was in it. I bet you money that's why I watched it. I have started making things to sell. I'm gonna briefly turn my camera on. Don't look at me. Don't look at it's gonna be um this is his hat. It has a little belt that goes around it, and it's gonna have a little belt, and it comes with um, a little beard and a little pot of gold. This is really cute. I'm gonna have to reboot because I think I lost audio to the port. Sorry. All right, we're good now. Okay, it's after 1. You said 5 after 1. Didn't you say 5 after 1? I have to find my pattern and I need your address. My cousin is supposed to send me an, she sent me my pattern and now I can't find it. So um she is supposed to send me the pattern again. Because I bought a bunch of yarn just to do baby Yodas. Because I want to sell. Because those will sell really good. I was gonna make a bunch of those. I got a pattern for Captain Jack Sparrow during the Johnny Depp trial, and I started making it, and it was not quite as easy as I thought it was gonna be, so I never finished it. If there, it's not that it's hard. If it has like a lot of intricate little details on it, I I don't like doing some stuff. I like fast and easy stuff. If it's something that I'm gonna sell and make over and over and over again, if it's something that I'm making for a friend or for myself, that's different. Like I'm gonna make it once or twice, that's different. But if it's something that I'm gonna make a lot over and over and I want to like turn them out pretty fast. I had the mic away from me. Can you hear me better now? If I am making stuff to sell and I want to turn them out really fast, I don't like stuff that has a lot of details. So Captain Jack Sparrow has a lot of details because he has a scarf and he has a hat and he has braids with beads in them and he has a vest and a jacket and all kinds of stuff. So I started making Jack and then I quit because there was too much. Like, and I searched for the beads to put on his braids all over the place because I just couldn't find the right type of beads that looked like pirate type of beads to put in his hair. And I finally found beads that I liked. And then I don't remember what part I was working on, and it was just so intricate. I was like, no, I'm not going to do this right now. Can you hear me better? I think I turned it up some. Let me see if I can do it with the settings on StreamYard. Can you guys hear that? That was funny. It says that everything is working. My mic's working. Automatically adjust mic volume. What are you going to text to me? Okay. Did they say 5 after 1? It's 20 after 1 now. Or did I hear that wrong? Oh, the address. Okay. I'm in such a brain fog right now. Oh my goodness. I did not want to get up today. I told Alexa to snooze twice. And last night, I'm texting Judy. Okay, this is what we're doing tomorrow. If the trial starts, if the trial doesn't start, we're gonna do this, but we might do this. And if it doesn't do, we're gonna do this. And if it starts, we're gonna do this. I'm like, I had all these plans. And then the alarm clock went off and I was like, Alexa, snooze. And so I snoozed all the way up till the time Travis went to work. And then I'm like, I got back under the covers. I'm like, give me the remote. And he kissed me bye, gave me the remote, and I turned on the TV and I was like, and I see Florida versus Colin Griffith. I was like, oh crap, I gotta get out of bed. So that's why I was like, you guys, I was bad. I was gonna get prepared for all this stuff, and I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Uh, oh, I hear noise.
All right.
Yay.
We're back on the record. Mr. Griffith is present with both lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state. Ms. Thornhill, any change to your client's position? Before we bring the jury back in, just quickly, Mr. Levine, this evidence that you want to get in regarding Mr. Griffith's statement to Mr. Rapkin, his lawyer, is that today?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Maybe Friday.
Before that, I mean, you understood the basis of my ruling was that he knew or should have known, assuming that the cell phone was controlled by his parent or grandmother or someone and acting as a parent, and that you would have to establish that to the court's satisfaction. You identified some things out in the hallway today, but I'm going to ask that you provide all of that, every bit of it, to Miss Thornhill and Mr. Hendry well in advance, like hopefully today after court, how you intend to prove that, because
So that means no privilege, right?
I don't want to have a jury waiting forever while we're talking about that in the hallway again. So if that's something that can be addressed beforehand, I want to address it that way.
Yeah, that's no problem. Just for the record, and I think Your Honor understands and the defense understands, it's all part of the discovery. But if your request is to point them to those spots so that our discussion in court can be more efficient, I don't have a problem with
Yes, that's my request.
that. Yes, sir, not a problem. But there's not going to be any new evidence. It's all been provided in discovery.
All right. All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Ms. Thornhill, just for the record, you've provided me with an instruction regarding your client's absence that reads, Colin Griffith has elected to waive his presence in the courtroom during publication of this particular piece of evidence.
Because they didn't have downstairs that
165.
But that's all you want me to say. Mr. Levine, any objection to that?
No objection.
You said 165.
Yes.
Are we just waiting for the jury to come in? Why is it taking so long? This is the one thing I hate about court. All the waiting.
Please be seated. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Mr. Levine.
Your Honor, the state call is Sally Bell.
Step right this way, please. Stand here, raise your right hand, be sworn by the court.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You may proceed, Mr. Levine.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bell, good afternoon. I know you're soft-spoken, but if you could please speak up nice and loudly so the jurors can hear you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sally K. Bell.
And could you please spell your first and middle name for the
First name
record?
is Sallie. Middle name is Kate.
Tell the jury about what's the name of the community where you live?
Hamptons, the Hamptons.
And what type of community is that?
It's a mobile home.
And does it have? Do you have to be a certain age to live there?
Yes.
And what age is that?
I think it's 65. I'm not sure.
Now, is it a pretty quiet and nice neighborhood?
Very much so.
Do you live across the street from a location where there was a stabbing?
Yes.
And I want to talk about that. If I could direct your attention to that Sunday on September 8th of 2024, the person that lives at that house, do you know her? Susan Detman is her name.
No, I've seen her, but I don't know her.
Were you aware that she had a grandson?
No.
Now let's talk specifically about that Sunday.
Mhm.
Tell the jury, what were you doing on that day?
Well, I was preparing to go to church. It was about 4:45, and I was putting my purse and everything on the coffee table, and I looked up and I saw the black car parked in the driveway, and a white car was in the road.
All right. Jurors, can you hear her?
Yes.
Okay. Now you mentioned that the time was about 4:45. Tell the jury how you remember that time.
Well, we go to church at 5:30, so we were getting up on the north side of Florida Avenue, and so we always leave a little early to get there.
All right. So around 4:45, which of the cars did you say was parked under the carport?
The black car.
All right. Did you see the white car arrive?
I didn't see it arrive. No.
All right. When you looked out your window and noticed the black car was in the carport
Mhm.
and the white car was on the street, what did you see? What happened?
Oh, they're coming out of the house and all.
Yeah. What did you
Yeah.
see? What were people doing?
Oh, okay. I saw a lady come out, and she had clothes in her hand, and she went around to the passenger side of the car, and the young man was standing on the driver's side.
And when you refer to the car, are you speaking of the
The
black
black
car?
car. Yes, I'm sorry.
No problem. And that black car, then that was under the carport, is that correct?
Yes.
Had you ever seen the guy before?
Yes, I've seen him once before.
And when was that? Do you recall?
That was about a year ago or something before this.
And so the time when you saw him on Sunday would have been the second time you saw
The
him?
second time, yes.
And do you see him in court today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him, Miss Bell?
The young man in the middle.
All right. For the record, Miss Bell has identified the defendant. Now, when you saw the lady, she was loading the clothes up in the black car. Is that right?
Yes.
What was the defendant and the lady doing? What were they doing, like in conjunction with each other?
Well, he was standing on the driver's side. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there. And she went around and she put the clothes on the passenger side, and then she was talking and her hands were going. I couldn't hear what she was saying. And she went around the back of the car up close to him, and she was swinging her arms again, and he reached, and she says, I heard her say, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
When she said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me, was she doing anything violent to him?
She was swinging her arms and talking to him. And she was right up in his face, was talking to him. And then he reached out and to grab her hair. She said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me. And he reached up and opened the door, and they went inside, pulled her inside.
Okay. So let me ask you a few specific questions. When she and the defendant were talking, did it look like it was an animated or a heated conversation?
Arguing from one side. I didn't see him say anything. I just heard her.
Okay. And you kind of did a hand motion. Was she trying to hit him or trying to punch him or anything?
She was waving her hands like this.
Okay.
And then she said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
And when you say waving your hands like that, is that like as
She was
she's
talking.
talking to him?
Same
Okay.
way she was talking on the other side of the car.
Okay, I got you. When the defendant grabbed her hair, what did she say?
She said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
And were you inside or outside?
I was inside in my living room.
So it must have been loud enough, obviously, for you
I
able
could
to hear that.
Yes.
And what did the defendant do to her next?
Then he just reached in and got hold to her, and he opened the door and pulled her in.
Was that the last you ever saw
That's
of
the
her?
last I saw.
Now, did you end up going to church that evening?
I did.
And did you return to your house later that evening?
I did.
About what time did you get back, Miss Bell?
About 6:30, 6:45.
And when you did return, was anything out of the ordinary going on?
We couldn't turn into Hewlett Drive where we live. So we had to go all the way around the back and come in from the other way. And when we got there, there was a policeman saying that we couldn't come through that way. So we said, well, our house is right there. He said, okay. So he moved the police car and we pulled in our driveway.
Ms. Bell, I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you. Cross-exam,
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hendry.
How are you doing, Ms. Bell?
I'm fine. How are you?
Got a few questions for you.
Okay.
You said that you could see the woman moving her arms and you kind of gestured.
Yes.
I mean, was she moving her arms in a direction or was it just generally up above her head?
She was facing him over the car. She could see him, and she was talking and waving her hand.
So, I mean, you know,
I couldn't understand what she was saying to him.
did it look like she was dancing or did it
No,
look like she was
no,
doing something
no,
else?
She was talking and using her hands. It's like,
And so animated,
right,
directed at the person that
At
was
the
standing
person.
on the other side. Is
Correct.
that how you would say it?
That's-
Okay. And you said that he was just standing there?
He was just standing there looking at her.
Okay. Was he inside?
He was outside,
So
next to the
he's-
car.
The car's in the carport,
Yes.
roughly near the door?
Near
would you
the
say?
door.
Okay.
On the driver's side.
And she walked over to him?
She walked around the car to him.
Okay. Now, can you hear any noise at this point?
Not then, no.
Okay.
I just saw her walking.
And about how long is this going on?
I guess maybe about 10 minutes, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You're watching it?
I'm watching it.
And you said that you and your husband were getting ready for church,
Yeah,
right?
he was in the back room getting dressed.
So he's not up there watching it
No,
with you?
no.
Okay. And then, so when the woman gets close to the man, she's still moving her hands?
Still moving her hands. Yeah,
And how far apart were they at
They
this
were
point?
standing close. They
Okay.
were standing close.
And was she moving her hands? What, you know, he's close enough to touch her at some
He's close enough to touch her,
Okay.
yes.
And he reaches out and touches her. Either by, I mean, you hear her
Apparently
say,
by the hair, because she said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
but could you see that?
I saw his arm come up and around, and then she grabbed her hair.
Okay. So you see her hand on her hair?
Yes.
And I mean, was she moving her hands when she's that close to him?
Yes, she was talking, waving her hands like she went on the other side. And then she went around the back, and she was still waving her hands.
And until you hear the exclamation, let go of my hair, you're hurting me, you haven't heard anything else?
No, no. I couldn't understand what they were saying.
Okay. And you didn't hear anything after that exclamation?
No.
There wasn't any, for example, no's or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And you said they went into the house
Went
together?
into the house, yes.
Okay. Were both of their feet moving? Were they both walking?
Yeah, as far as I could see. I couldn't actually see the steps, but they went up and went into the house.
And you watched them go into the
I
house?
watched them go into the house.
Okay. And you and your husband then presumably finished getting ready and went to church, right?
Church, yes.
Okay. And at this point, I mean, you didn't call 911, right?
No.
Okay. Did you and your husband, talk about this?
No, we talked about the white car because we had never seen that before. And he said we had to go around it in order to get to leave.
And so other than the fact that the white car was present and you didn't know whose it
I didn't know
was,
who it was, no.
this was not something that was really piquing your interest at that time?
No.
And it wasn't until you can't get into your neighborhood that you start becoming worried that there might be something that
There's
happened
something
there?
wrong. And I saw the yellow tape around. I said, what is that? And I asked my husband, and he told me, it's what you see on television. And I said, oh.
So would you describe what you saw as somebody being dragged into a house?
Well, see, the car was parked, and then the steps are there, and it's like two steps up, and so I couldn't actually see the feet going in, but I know he reached up and opened the door, and he pulled her in.
So I mean, if he's pulling her
Mhm.
against her will, I mean, he's having to lift her up steps, right? You can't just go straight in.
She walked up the steps.
Okay, so she's moving her feet as far as you can tell
Correct.
up the steps.
Correct.
And other than the one other time you had seen the gentleman no interactions with these people that you're aware of?
He was there by himself the first time I saw him.
Okay. And that black car, how long was it present across the street? Do you know?
It came in late that night because when I went to bed, there was nothing in the driveway. And when I got early that morning, I saw it in the driveway.
Okay, so the black car arrived the night before at some point while you were asleep?
Sometime, yeah.
Okay. And you were home that day?
Mhm.
And you never saw it move?
No.
Okay, you never saw anybody in and out of the house?
No.
When the two people, the man that you've identified as sitting here at the table with us, did you see him in the yard at all?
No.
Next to the house, in front of the house?
Just on the side of the
Okay.
car.
And did you ever see the woman in the yard?
I've never
in front of
seen
the
her
house?
before, no.
Okay, so she was only, as far as you, from what you could see, it was just around that black car.
Around the car.
There was nothing out in the yard.
No.
Okay, but if she had come from the white car, then presumably she would have had to walk up that way. Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Now, Ms. Bell, when the defendant pulled the lady in to the house by her hair, were you still in the same vantage point looking out the window?
Yes.
And I want to show you one photograph that has been already moved into evidence, which is 167. Can you see that on your screen close by?
We can have to lower it because some of the viewers
Okay, I
can see.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Now, Miss Bell, I'm going to point to what I believe is the house where the stabbing happened, but correct me if I'm wrong. Can you see where I'm pointing? Is that the house? Actually, I'll come to your screen too.
Yeah, because I.
Is that the house?
That's the house. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And for purposes of the record, I pointed. I know it's kind of hard to see, but I pointed to this on your screen. So
That's.
all right, very good. Now, which is your house? Is your house this one?
No.
Is your house this one?
Yes.
Okay. So, and your window, I assume, is at the front of the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a pretty good view, angle wise. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when the defendant and the lady were first having whatever discussion they were having, you mentioned you could not hear that, correct?
No.
Is it a fair statement that when the lady said, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me," that she yelled it or shouted it loud enough for you to be able to hear it?
Yes, she did.
Okay. I have no further questions for you, ma'am.
Is Ms. Bell released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Mr. Hendry?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Next witness.
The state calls Nancy Jones.
Nancy Jones.
This way now. This way. Ma'am, ma'am. Step out of picture this line, and raise your right hand, have the clerk swear you in. Raise your right hand, have the clerk swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Just let you step down and go see that you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Jones. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Nancy K. Jones.
And what community do you live in?
I live in the Hamptons.
Do you live across from a lady named Susan Detman?
Yes, I do.
And have you gotten to know her from living across from her for a while?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware that
Yes, I am aware.
has you seen him periodically coming and going over the time you've lived there?
Yes, I have.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to September 8th of 2024, which is a Sunday, when something out of the ordinary happened on your block. Do you remember, first of all, seeing the defendant at his grandmother's house at all that weekend, Saturday and or Sunday? Car being what color car?
It was a black.
And was it parked under the carport?
Yes, it was.
On a certain time on Sunday, did you happen to notice another car arrive at the house?
Yes, a white car.
Describe to the jury what you saw.
A white car pulled into the driveway, immediately sped out of the driveway, and then parked on the street.
Had you ever seen that white car before?
I believe I did last winter.
Did anyone get out of the white car?
Yes.
Up until this point, had you seen the Susan Detman's grandson outside or not?
Last winter I did.
Okay, but on Sunday you hadn't seen him at this
Never.
point?
No.
All right, continue on. What happened when the car ended up parking on the street? What happened next?
The lady, well, I was a young girl, got out of the car, slammed the door, slung her purse over her shoulder, and proceeded into the house.
Had you ever seen the young lady before?
Not personally one-on-one, but I've seen the car over there. I thought it was granddaughter. She looked very young.
And where did you say the young lady went?
She immediately went into the house.
Where were you when you saw this?
I was sitting on my lanai.
And where's that at? In the front? Or
Yes, in the front.
All right. Did you think anything of it when that happened?
Nothing.
What happened next?
What happened next? I went back to the house and started doing some dishes and stuff. And then I walked back outside and sat down on my lanai. And then I seen, do you want me to go into the details now?
Yes.
I seen the lady standing on the top step, and I just seen an arm come out and grab her by the shoulder, by her hair, and I just turned my head and immediately went back into the house.
Did you see who the person was that grabbed her by the shoulder and the hair?
No, never seen his face, never seen anything. All I seen was the shoulder and the hand come out.
And then what happened after the person grabbed her shoulder and hair?
I don't know. I went back into the house.
And then at any point did you realize that law enforcement had responded?
Yeah, about 40, maybe 45 minutes later, I was in my kitchen and I heard sirens and everything. I turned around and I seen cop cars in my yard, and they were everywhere.
So besides the white car that pulled up, the only car that you had seen at the house was the black car, is that right?
That was it.
And I'm going to show you a picture. You can see it on the screen close to you. It's 167. And I wanted to know, can you see where?
I don't know which is which.
All right, no problem. That was going to be my question.
My car has the red trucks.
Yeah, I hear you. So this here, we've heard testimony, is Susan Detman's house.
Okay.
Which house is yours?
This is mine.
Okay, and for the record, I'm going to walk back up to the big screen. Is this the house you're pointing to as being your house?
Yes.
Okay. And from your view, is it kind of tough to see inside the Miss Detman's doorway?
It's catacornered, yes.
All right. I have no further questions for you, man.
Mr. Hendry?
Thank you. A few questions for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones, you said that you knew Miss Detman, correct?
Very.
She's been your neighbor? Okay.
Yep.
How long?
I don't know how long she had been living there. I'm not good with probably 6 months.
Okay. And you had previously seen her grandson at the house?
Last February, I believe it was.
Okay. How many times had you seen him before?
I've seen him about 3 times. I think he was there like 3 weeks, maybe, and he was out running. I just seen him running. I'm assuming it was a family member.
You're assuming he was a family member?
Yeah.
Okay. So you never spoken with him?
Never spoken
You
with him.
didn't actually know the relationship?
No.
Okay.
None.
And the woman you saw, you had never seen her before?
No. I'd seen her. She drove up in the car, but I'd never personally met her or anything.
And when you said drive up in the car, are you talking previously? Like you had seen
Last
that?
winter.
Okay.
I'd seen the car over there.
Now, on September 8th, when you see that white car arrive, you described that you saw it speeding out of the driveway.
Yeah.
But is that like tires screeching in reverse?
She was, yeah, kind of. She was angry.
Okay. And you said that she slammed her door and threw her purse off.
She
So-
slung her purse up on her shoulder and immediately went up to the house.
Okay. So from your perspective, she looked like she was upset.
Yes.
And then you said the next time you saw her she was standing on the porch steps.
Yes, on the porch steps.
So you didn't see her outside at all in between those 2 periods of time?
Before she was standing up on the steps, she was throwing clothes in the car.
Okay, so you saw her at which car?
She was throwing clothes into Colin's car. The door was open and she was throwing clothes into the car.
And that would be the black car that was parked in the carport?
Yes.
And you're calling that Colin's car because you saw the other person get out of the white car, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you hadn't actually seen the black car arrive?
No, but I knew that was Colin's car because I'd gotten a phone call because I was house sitting for Susan.
So you were aware that Colin was coming?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I knew Colin was there the Saturday before the accident happened.
Okay. And so you see a woman go into the house angry, and then she comes out with clothes and starts putting them in the black car. Did it look like she had calmed down?
I just didn't really pay that much attention to it like she'd calmed down, but she was throwing the clothes, so I'm assuming she was still upset. I don't know.
Okay, now when
I'm
you say,
still across the street, so I don't know.
when you say throwing clothes, are we talking like into
Yeah.
the car? Okay. So
The
not
door
placing.
was open, so like throwing them in there.
And did you see her open the door? of
I
the
never
car?
seen her open the door.
Okay. So you weren't sitting and watching this whole incident.
Oh, no. I was busy in the kitchen and stuff.
All right. Now, you said that you saw a hand come out and touch a shoulder on
Yeah.
the steps. Did you hear anything?
I never heard nothing. I turned my head and went back into the house and got busy again.
And from your perspective, did it look like the person was getting dragged into the house?
No. I just, like I said, when I seen the hand come out and grab her by the shoulder, I turned and went back into the house. And I said, they'll probably work it out. I thought it was his sister or Susan's granddaughter. And I said, they're probably having a little spat and they'll work it out.
But you didn't call 911.
No, I never called 911.
Now, would you say that this type of thing is something that is typical in your neighborhood?
No.
This was a unique
I lived in Chicago for 30 years and I seen a lot in Chicago. So in Chicago, we see something, we usually turn the head the other way. And I know cops say, if you see something, hear something, you're supposed to report. I didn't think anything more about it.
So this wasn't something that was so dangerous to you, you felt the
No,
need to report it?
I
Okay.
did not feel good.
And I mean, now the incident with a woman's going in, mad. Do people often, spin their tires in your neighborhood, anything like that?
No.
So the whole instance was pretty unique.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after law enforcement arrived, was that the end of your night, or did you have
Well,
any
there
more
was so many
interactions?
cops and stuff. No, I sit out on my lanai and they just kept coming and coming. And then all the neighbors were out in the yard. We had no idea what went on.
Now, you're friends with Susan, correct?
Yes, I am.
Did you contact her?
I contacted her, yes, when I seen all the cop cars. I immediately called her.
Okay. And did you make any efforts to contact Colin?
Oh, no.
Did you see him after the instance?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where was he?
He was in the driveway.
How did he look?
And his arms were red and the cops were all around him. And I was on the phone talking to Susan, and Susan told me to go over and tell him that she would be there in a couple hours, or wherever she was at. She was in the Keys. And so I walked outside and I waved at Colin and I said, Susan's on her way.
From your perspective, did he look upset?
He looked very emotional. Yes. He'd been crying. I could see him crying in the driveway.
So you could tell his face was red, or
Oh yeah. He was an emotional wreck, but I did not know what happened.
And I mean, we've seen the aerial photos. This is not a very wide roadway that you're from across the street, correct? Like
It's
from your house to her house is close.
2 cars passing.
So you were able to get a good eye view on Colin at that moment. You
For
were
my
close enough.
lanai, yes.
And I'm talking when you walked out there, you're close enough that you could see him.
Well, his arms were red. I didn't know. I thought they were like you had been in a scuffle with somebody. Somebody grabs your arm and they turn red. That's what I looked like. It was a scuffle.
So he's got red arms. His face is red. It looks like he's been crying too.
He looked like he'd been crying.
And this was what time did you say?
4:40, 50, or somewhere around there, whenever the cops got there.
So this is after the cops have arrived and they have him outside.
They have him outside.
And prior to that, you had not seen him.
I had not seen him.
No further questions. Thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Henry?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
This way?
Yes.
Next witness, Mr. Levine.
Your Honor, this time the state is claiming state exhibits 165.
Has it been received yet?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, 165 is the, oh, yes.
Are you offering states 165?
Yes, sir.
For the record, what is it?
165 is a 911 call.
Is there any objection?
No objection, but
It is received. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Griffith has elected to waive his presence in the courtroom during the publication of States 165. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Levine, you may publish.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. All right.
Eighteen, 14, 11, 2nd, September 8th, 2024. 911, what's the address of the emergency? Hampton in Florida. I don't know the fucking, I don't know the city address. My mom is talking to EMS now. She's bleeding out. Please help. Your mom is doing what? My mom's bleeding out. She's bleeding out. Okay, what's the address, or where do you think you are? What road are you off of? What road crosses that road? So the Hampton in Florida, you go to the gate and you take the first right, and it's a house with a black dead out front. I'm trying to get into Hampton Inn. The Hampton Inn, yes, ma'am. What city is it in? Well, it's Auburndale. I can get a few minutes. I can't get her up. Okay, how do I lift someone? I need to get her to the hospital. How do I lift someone? Okay, you called 911, so we're going to send an ambulance. She doesn't have time. She's leaking it. She's fucking failed. She doesn't have time. She needs to go now. Okay, and I'm using the address I see you at. Is that right? Is that where you are? Yes, ma'am. Okay. What what can I do? I have your price after you talk about it. What the fuck do I do? Help is being sent. Stay on the line so I can get more information for the responders. I am. I don't know. Okay, help is being sent. Okay, medical help is being sent. She's bleeding out. Where is she bleeding from, sir? She's bleeding from the neck, ma'am. This is my mother. Are you with the patient now? I'm with her now. How old is the patient? She's 39 years old. She has a heart condition. She has a. Is she awake? No, she's unconscious. She's not okay. Okay. Is she breathing? No, she's not. I don't think she's alive. Okay, where is it? And you said neck. Okay. All right, listen to me. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay, listen to me. Are you by her now? I am by her, yes. Okay, listen carefully. Lay her flat on her back on the floor and remove anything under her head. Okay, she's good. She's good. Okay, I did it right now. Okay. Listen carefully, and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions. Make sure she is flat on her back on the ground. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Let's take off the shirt. Just do make sure she is flat on her back on the floor. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Okay. All right, pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second and 2 inches deep. Let the chest come all the way up between pumps. We're going to do this until help can take over. Count out loud so I can count with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. One moment. Okay, just keep going, okay? So listen, what caused the bleeding? Listen, what caused the bleeding? She got real tight and she didn't even know if she fell on it. Where is the knife right now? And who did she get in a fight with? We got real tight for a long time, and then he got on top of me and fell on it and pushed it back. The knife, come on. Yeah, I don't have it. I'll fight it across the board. Where is the knife? I just put it across the floor right here. And is the bleeding controlled? She stopped bleeding. more blood coming out. Watch it. Where did you throw the knife? You threw it to your right? It was totally away from you. It's away from me. Where's your mother? I'm over here. I'm trying to save her. Where are you? Where's her? Where are you? I was in the kitchen, in the house, and the door is unlocked. Okay, you're with your mother, correct? Okay, listen to me. Listen to me, please. Stop, okay? Listen to me, and I'm going to tell you how to control the bleeding. Okay? Okay. All right, hold on. There's no more blood coming out of the wound. He's lost it all. Okay, listen, okay? We're going to do this, okay? Okay, listen to me. Get a clean, dry cloth or a towel and tell me when you have it. My son is down low. Okay. Is the blood spurting or pouring out? No. Okay. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. No more. All right. Does she have a bleeding disorder or is she normally on blood thinners? No. Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay. Okay, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right. Get a clean, dry cloth or a towel and tell me when you have it. Now place it right on the wound and press down firmly. Don't lift it up to look. Without lifting the cloth up, please tell me if the bleeding is under control now. Yes, there's no blood. She lost all her blood. Okay, reassure her that help is on the way from now on. Don't let them have anything to eat or drink. It might make her sick or cause further problems. Don't move her unless it's absolutely necessary. Just tell her to be still and wait for help to arrive. Yes. Okay, listen to me, okay? Okay, we're gonna continue with CPR. Listen to me. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Listen, I need you to keep doing this. Listen, okay? I need you to keep doing this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they inside? Hello? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Griffith has returned. Mr. Levine?
All right, thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Alexander Walker. Deputy Alexander Walker.
Step up this way. Steady, raise your right hand for the purpose of
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mr. Levine, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Walker. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Deputy Alexander Walker. I'm in the Sheriff's Office for about a year now.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience in law enforcement.
So I graduated from Florida State with my bachelor's with a minor in psychology. I finished my training the winter of 2023. I've been in the Sheriff's Office for about a year, only about a half a year by the time of this incident.
All right, Deputy Walker, what shift did you work at that time?
I worked on the Delta night shift.
Now, specifically, I'm going to direct your attention to Sunday, September 8th of 2020.
He put what? The whole 911 call, y'all. The whole entire thing, because did you guys hear any of that? Did you hear all the screaming? All the oh my gods? Any of that? Did you hear any of that? Can you guys see this? No, you can't. Maybe kind of, sort of. Don't look at me again. Don't look at me. My bug invasion I just had to deal with. I have no idea. None whatsoever. I also don't know why my husband is saving the medicine cups off the top of like the Pepto-Bismol and stuff. Anyway, I just realized that was there. My bug invasion. Yeah. So if you heard me screaming, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, that was why. So I missed the 911 call completely. It was on, but I was screaming louder than it, so I couldn't hear it.
Before, did you respond to a crime scene in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
And describe to the jury what kind of call you got and what you did.
The call I got was a assist EMS, what we call as a 50 alpha for an AED assist, a major medical assist. First,
Approximately how long did it take you to get to the scene from where you responded from?
approximately 5 minutes from where we were at.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do first?
First thing I did when I entered the scene was I announced myself as Polk County Sheriff's Office, wanted the subjects inside to make themselves known to our presence so that if there was any harm, weapons, anything like that, they would be put away from arm's reach.
Did you go in by yourself?
No, sir.
Who did you go in with?
I went in with Deputy Sheriff Pibernick.
And when you announce your presence, do you do that loudly? Do you shout it?
Yes, sir.
So anybody within the household that's alive would be able to hear it?
Yes, sir.
Now, as you enter, did you enter the door by the carport?
Yes, sir.
And when you entered, what did you notice about the first room that you entered?
First room that I entered, I noticed a pair, or at least a single AirPod, as well as the AirPod case on the ground.
Besides that being on the ground, did the house look like it was in order and nicely
Yes.
put together?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go from the living room area?
From there, I heard a male subject inside the house shouting, "I'm inside the kitchen."
What did you do next?
I then proceeded to the kitchen, and while walking to the kitchen, I saw a knife, a blood-covered knife, over in front of the washer and dryer to my left. I saw the subject in the kitchen.
Where was the subject positioned in relationship to the deceased lady?
The subject was positioned over the deceased's head.
Did you find that odd at all?
Yes.
Why?
For doing normal CPR and everything, assuming everybody's been taught and seen videos on doing CPR from beside the person, never over top their head, possibly blocking airways.
So when you saw the defendant above her head, what did you do next?
At that point, I told Deputy Sheriff Pibernick to stay with the subject as I went outside to confirm for EMS that it was clear for them to come inside.
Do you see that person in the house? Excuse me, not in the house, but in the courtroom today that you saw in the house?
Yes, sir. He's right there.
And for the record, you're pointing over to the defense table. What is the defendant wearing for purposes of our record?
Wearing a plaid button-up shirt, a gray jacket, and glasses.
For the record, Deputy Walker has identified the defendant. Do you recall, Deputy, was the defendant wearing a shirt at that time?
No, sir.
So no shirt?
No shirt.
And did he have on a black pair of shorts and black shoes?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any blood on his body?
Not on his torso and not on his upper arms. It was only on his hands and forearms.
What happened next?
At that point, I began to secure the scene by putting crime scene tape around it. And after I was done with that, I was just waiting with Pibernick and waiting for supervision as well.
Did you see anybody wash the blood off the defendant outside or
EMS.
inside or anywhere?
EMS rinsed off his arms.
And at whose request was that?
I do not recall.
Did you think that was a little out of the ordinary?
Yes.
If it were up to you, would a individual standing over a dead body be preserved in the manner in which you?
Objection, Your Honor, almost for speculation. He's only on the job for 6 months.
Deputy Walker, as I was saying, if it were up to you and your duties and responsibilities, and you come into contact with somebody who's over the top of a dead person,
mm-hmm.
would you try to keep them in the same state in terms of not letting them wash their hands or not letting them destroy evidence or get rid of anything?
Yes.
Because we're old,
Now,
Judy.
Did Deputy Pibernick then take the defendant outside?
Yes.
When you saw the defendant, describe his demeanor.
At first, he was in a somewhat manic state, but again, once he went outside, he was more calm and collected.
What happened when he was outside then?
Outside, he spontaneously uttered to me and Deputy Sheriff Pibernick that there was blood everywhere, and then it stopped bleeding, and then she was dead.
What were your responsibilities from that point on?
From that point on, the subject was then taken into custody and placed in the rear of my marked vehicle.
What was your opinion of the crime scene? That you,
Calls for speculation.
Well, the question is unclear. Would you rephrase the question?
yes, Your Honor. While you were inside at the crime scene, did you have an opportunity to observe the rooms that you thought were relevant? You understand that one?
Not really, no.
All right, you described the living room.
Mm-hmm.
You described where you saw the defendant. Did you actually then go into the kitchen and
Yeah.
see the scene in the kitchen?
Yes.
What did you see?
In the kitchen, I saw a large pool of blood around the subject's head and neck area, as well as blood spatter going up the side of the cabinet.
Did you move anything?
Didn't move anything, no.
And is that common to purposely not move things so that the integrity of the scene can be maintained?
Yes, sir.
Now, when the defendant was in the back seat of your car, what were you doing?
While he was in the back seat, I was in the front seat of my car working on this report.
And what was the defendant's demeanor like when he was in your car?
Demeanor was still calm and collected.
Did he seem to have any concern or worry?
No.
Did he speak about anything to you?
Nothing genuinely. We were talking about, or I tried to spark up just normal conversation, ask him what video games he played.
And did he respond and talk about video games?
Yeah, he said he enjoyed strategic games.
Did his demeanor change at all when you were interacted with him?
Little, seemed more cheerful at the time, but still calm.
Was he then eventually taken to wherever you took him?
About some odd hours later, yes.
All right, Deputy Walker. I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross-exam.
Deputy Walker, Miss Griffith was lying on the floor in between a kitchen island and a kitchen cabinet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Not a very wide space, was
No.
it? So really not any room for someone to be on the side of her to perform CPR, right?
Yes.
When you were talking to Colin, when he was in your car, you brought up video games, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that to try and distract him from what he had just seen and been through, right?
No, ma'am.
What were you doing talking to him about video games then?
Just trying to have a normal conversation.
A normal conversation with a child whose mom just died in front of him. Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you read him his Miranda warnings?
No, ma'am.
Any reason why not?
No, ma'am.
He was in your custody, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Handcuffed,
Yes, ma'am.
inside a car that he could not get out of,
Yes, ma'am.
and you started talking to him.
Yes, ma'am.
You know from your training that if you are going to talk to somebody who is under arrest, that you are required to read them their Miranda warnings, right?
Not
Yes,
ma'am. Not unless
That includes you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney, correct? And
Yes,
it
ma'am.
goes on from there. But you did not read those to him,
Yes, ma'am.
even though you were talking to him and asking him questions after you'd handcuffed him and put him in your car.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get in trouble for violating your procedures?
No, ma'am.
Had you ever met Colin Griffith before this?
that was a low blow. He did not violate his procedures. If he is not going to be asking direct questions about the crime, he does not have to Mirandize him. So now she just made the jury think that he did something wrong and he didn't. I hope they fix that on redirect. And Judy, EMS probably did that to make sure that he didn't have an injury, because a lot of times, well, you know this, but a lot of times when someone has been stabbed, the stabber also has a stab wound, and he had blood on him. So by washing off the blood, then they could tell if he had a stab wound as well. That's the only reason why I can think that EMS would do that.
No, ma'am.
So you have no idea how he acts normally.
No, ma'am.
Have you ever had a parent die in front of you?
No, ma'am.
So you don't know how you would react
No.
when something like that happened, would you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to the 911 call in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
He just
Okay.
did.
Didn't
he? When he
well, what's your opinion of Colin's demeanor then?
I don't know.
He wasn't calm and collected, was he?
At the beginning of it, as if he was calm, and then towards whenever deputies arrived on scene, then he was more frantic.
Okay, so the 9 or so minutes between the beginning and the end, do you think he was normal?
At the beginning, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Just brief. So, Deputy, as it pertains to Miranda warnings, is it a fair statement you weren't interrogating him or asking him anything about the case? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, from that standpoint, did you feel any reason to read him Miranda warnings when you weren't interrogating him or asking him anything about the case?
No, sir.
Is talking about video games with someone, is that some devious plan of yours, or was it just conversation?
Just conversation.
All right, I have no further questions. Is there a question?
Is there an
objection, but the answer was already.
Avoid the commentary, please, unless
Yes,
there
sir.
is a legal objection. Save it for argument.
Yes, sir.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, folks, it's about 2:30. We'll take our mid-afternoon recess of 15 minutes.
All rise, please.
I did not hear what her commentary was, but I would have liked to have heard it. I'm glad that he did redirect though and clear that up, because I didn't want the jury thinking.
Ms. Thornhill, you know better.
Oh,
I was just,
I understand.
yeah.
But save the outrage for the appropriate phase of the trial, no matter how outrageous it may seem. Anything we need to take up, Mr. Levine?
No, yeah.
Ms. Thornhill?
No, sir.
All right, we'll be in a 15-minute recess.
he didn't need to phrase it like that. He didn't need to say, was that some devious plot? All he had to say was, you didn't Mirandize him because, yeah, EMS should have asked the police first before they washed the blood off. If they were there, right, when they washed the blood off, didn't he say he saw EMS wash the blood off? So yeah, they should have asked first. However, I'm sure they knew he wasn't like bleeding out or anything, because he'd be dead or passed out after all that time if he was bleeding out. So don't know. That's kind of a tough call. Because life-saving stuff is always first priority. So if they thought he was hurt bad, they wouldn't care. Is what is my point. You know, because EMS, their thing is, their mindset isn't preserve evidence. Their mindset is take care of the patient. So if they go to a scene and there's 2 people injured, no matter which one is the aggressor, which one's the responsible person, which one is the victim, it doesn't matter. If they're both hurt, they both get treated regardless. So that's not in their mindset to preserve evidence. They're going to do what they feel is necessary. Have a cop real quick and say, is it okay if we check him for stab wounds or whatever? You know what I mean? And for me. Because if I'm going to check a patient for a wound and they're bleeding or they have blood on them, that's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm not going to think to ask permission to wipe blood off of somebody. I mean, I get what you're saying, Judy. I totally get what you're saying. But I can understand too. Well, you used to be EMS, weren't you? Didn't you used to do that? I missed what she said too. But she said something that the judge did not like. Because it was commentary, not a question. Oh, I wonder if we have time to go back. We should have time to go back and figure out what she said. Maybe.
This was lying on the floor in between.
Minutes.
All right.
Sir. Is the witness, unless there is a legal.
All right, I have no further plan of yours, or was it just, is that some devious plan of yours, or was it just conversation?
Just conversation.
All right, I have no further questions.
That's not being used against
Is there a question?
Just conversation.
All right, I have no further questions.
That's not being used against
Plan of yours, or was it just conversation?
Just conversation.
All right, I have no further questions.
That's not being used against
Is there a question?
Is there an
objection, the answer was already.
Avoid the commentary, please, unless
Yes,
there
sir.
is a legal objection. Save it for argument.
Yes, sir.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Recess of 15 minutes. You know better. I understand.
Yeah.
But save the outrage for the appropriate phase of the trial, no matter how outrageous it may sound. Anything we need to take up, Mr. Levine?
No, yeah.
Ms. Thornhill?
No, sir.
All right.
See, she could have just objected. And he didn't have to say, this is some type of, what do you say, devious plan. He could have said, no, you were just making conversation, correct? So you didn't need to Mirandize them. You don't need to Mirandize if you're interrogating them. If they're in custody and being interrogated, both of those things. Oh, well, then you missed my bug picture. Okay. Travis says what he thinks happened. Is it has been in the 30s here. And yesterday it was in the 70s. Bugs all of a sudden thought it was spring yesterday. And now it's cold again today. So they're trying to get inside the house. And oh, is that what she said? Okay. What? That is what happened right after, or I should say, what I noticed right after the 911 call started. I saw a few bugs on the floor. And I squished them and cleaned them up, threw them away, and then I came over here and said, oh God, that's awful. Don't look at me. And I thought, that's weird. I came over here and sat down, and there was one on me. And I squished it and I took a picture. And the picture said, because I Googled it, it said it was either a termite or some kind of a bathroom moth. And neither one of those pictures looked like what I took a picture of. So I decided I was going to go over there and see if there was any more on the floor and take a picture of one that wasn't squished. And there I saw another one on the floor. And then another one on the floor. And then I'm like, where are they all coming from? And so I squished the ones on the floor and I went to the sink to put them down the garbage disposal and wash my hands. And I noticed there was a bunch of dead ones in the sink. I was like, what in the heck is going on? And then I looked up and my kitchen window was covered with bugs. Oh my God. And I started screaming. I'm surprised you guys didn't hear me. I started screaming, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I called Travis and I'm screaming into the phone, come home now. You have to come home now. You have to come home now, right now. Come home now. And he's like, what? What? I'm like, bugs, bugs, bugs. There are bugs. There are bugs everywhere. We're infested. We are infested with bugs. The kitchen is infested with bugs. He's like, well, get the raid and kill them. I'm like, honey. No. We're bugs. We are infested with infested. He's like, just get the raid and kill them. So I have sprayed my entire kitchen down with Raid. It smells like lemon in here from the lemon scented Raid. Oh yeah, what does RA call it? Southern Febreze. Oh cool. I'll have to watch that later. Well, it can't be used against him because he wasn't Mirandized. That leads me to a very good question. If you're not Mirandized, can your demeanor be used against you? Why are the colors changing? Is that just me? Am I going crazy? Am I losing my mind? Are the colors changing in the courtroom? Or am I having a seizure? What is... I know I'm sick, but oh my God, what is happening? Please tell me that's really happening and I'm not seeing colors. What a day. What a day. Oh Lord. I hope y'all are having a better day than I am. I don't know if I'm having a nervous breakdown or what's happening, but need to sneeze. Maybe I should go inhale some pepper or something. No, that was me. No, that was me screaming about the bug. Oh, that was me.
How many more
I
witnesses?
have 3 more witnesses.
Okay.
I try to be quiet when I don't mute the microphone if I go into the other room, and because like the area of the house I'm in now, it's a pretty open floor plan. There's like no doors. It's just dining room, kitchen, living room, all kind of open. And I try to be quiet when I'm doing other things if I don't mute my mic. But there was no quiet. There were bugs. I'm not afraid of bugs. Swarms of bugs, yes. Individual bugs, no. Swarms of bugs, I freak out. And for some reason, because I walked outside to look on the other side of the window to see what was happening out there. And there's more inside than there is outside for some reason. But on the porch, they're dead on the ground at the porch. I don't know. Travis's theory makes sense, I guess. They came out because they thought it was spring or whatever, and then now they're like, oh no, we're cold, so they want to come inside. Well, I got news for them. It's no warmer in here than it is out there because we don't have heat. They come in here, they just get killed. No, but seriously, can your demeanor be used against you before you start be interrogating stuff and Mirandized? I know what you say doesn't get used against you if you haven't been Mirandized, right? So how does that work?
Please be seated. Next witness, Mr. Levine.
Your Honor, State College Deputy Anthony Hibernick.
Wait, that was clear as mud. And the closed caption thought he said hibernate.
Step this way, please. Stand right here, raise your right hand for the first word.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Just leave it. Go around what you said.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi there, Deputy. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Deputy Pibernick with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and you spell my last name as Pibernik.
And tell the jury a little bit about your education, work experience, and training in law enforcement.
So actually, right when I graduated high school, I signed up to join the academy to become a Polk County Sheriff. Then I attended Polk State College, and then graduated from Polk State College and got sworn in as a deputy.
Do you work the road now?
Yes, I do. I am currently TDY to BSI, but at that time, I was on Southwest Delta.
And tell the jury about what BSI is.
BSI is an unmarked unit, so we do anything as far as finding someone who's narcotics and all those other types of operations that we work on.
All right, Deputy, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of 2024, Sunday evening. Did you get a call to respond to a location in Auburndale reference a stabbing victim?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did.
So I received a call, which is a signal 50 from EMS, which means we have to go make sure the scene is clear before we can enter. At this time, me and my partner, Deputy Walker, were arriving on scene. We entered the scene, and at that point is when we saw Colin Griffith over his mother trying to attempt to do CPR.
Now, do you see the person that you referenced as Colin Griffith in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and say something that he's wearing for our record?
Yes. He's wearing a gray jacket.
Your Honor, let the record reflect the deputy has identified the defendant. Now, when you came into contact with the defendant, what did you do?
I then walked him outside underneath the carport area right behind his vehicle.
And were you and Deputy Walker the first two law enforcement responders?
Yes.
And did you both go in the house together?
Yes.
All right. Now,
I wonder if they called the young ones on purpose because he was young, so as to be less intimidating, or if it just worked out that way. But yeah, he looks younger than the other one, if that's at all possible.
when you first entered the house, what did you notice about the house, if anything, inside?
As I walked into the house, I immediately began to clear the house as my partner walked up to Colin Griffith. And then after clearing the house is when I walked back into the living room area, made it known that it was clear. And that is when my partner advised me to take Colin Griffith outside.
Did you notice the ear pod on the ground in the family room?
At that point, I did not.
Did you notice it at any point?
After, yes.
Now, when you were outside with the defendant or interacting with the defendant, how would you describe his demeanor?
When I first walked him outside, he was a little bit frantic. Seemed like something was definitely going on. And then as he began to explain what happened is when he became very calm. His demeanor completely changed.
Was that okay? Now, when he was talking to you, where did that take place?
Outside, underneath the carport next to his vehicle.
Now, did he explain to you or try to explain to you what happened?
At one point, he did.
did you write a report in this case?
Yes.
Explain to the jury how you document what the defendant said in this case.
At the time on scene, I was documenting what he was saying by writing it on my notepad that I carry on me all the time.
So in this particular case, is it a fair statement you did not take like a tape statement? Is that correct?
I did not.
Now, is it important to you to get the words that he was saying accurate to then generate a report?
Yes.
And what was it that the defendant?
Well, he's testified before, though.
And if it's of a length that you believe the most accurate way to state what he said is to read it, that would be acceptable under these circumstances.
Yes, sir.
What? Why is that not okay? Why is that not okay? I don't understand why that's not okay. Because if he can't remember it exactly word for word, that could be bad for the defense. Unless the defense doesn't want him to say what he said at all. Does the defense know what he said there? Is that why they're objecting?
I know. He's so cute. He looks like a little kiddo. Oh my gosh.
I was raised by a policeman. I would always 100% defer to a cop. But a cop looking like that, I'd still defer to him. But it would feel weird. It would be like, dude, I'm old enough to be your grandmother. Maybe not quite for me, but close enough. You know, I really feel old when I used to see guys like that and say, "Are you married? I have a single stepdaughter." But now I feel really old because I see guys like that now and realize my stepdaughters are too old for them. Like Big and Son, everybody's like, "Are you single? Because I've got a single daughter or I've got a single granddaughter or whatever, you know." And I'm like, "Oh, I can't do that with mine because they're too old for him. They're like 10, 12 years old, older than him. I'm like, nope, I can't set them up with him. I wish they'd hurry up and meet somebody. I want a grandbaby. They're too mean. They're never going to meet anybody. But that's what my dad said about me. This is when I hate being caught up with the live. If it's taking this long, maybe we need to dismiss the jury and talk about it.
Now, Deputy, did you interact with the defendant at all inside of the squad car, or were you just interacting with the defendant outside?
I interacted with him outside, and then once I sat with him in the vehicle, yes, there was an interaction.
And was that Deputy Walker's car?
Yes.
If I may have a brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you. Did the defendant give to you two different statements to you?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
What? You can't just ask that question and.
Deputy Verdict, do you have any recording devices either on your person with all the gear you have or in your car as you're on patrol?
No, ma'am, other than just the telephone.
So a cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
But it that can record things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you carry your cell phone on you?
Yes, ma'am.
So you could record anything that you experience at a scene, right? If you weren't, say, clearing it and making sure people were safe.
Yes, ma'am.
So, for instance, in an interaction with Colin, you could have recorded that,
Yes, ma'am.
but you didn't.
I did not.
Redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
He is, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That didn't make much sense.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Captain James Parker.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, Captain Parker. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Captain James Parker. I work for Polk County Fire Rescue.
Being a captain at PCFR, what are your responsibilities?
I oversee the daily operations and duties of Station 39, which is off of East Main Street for Polk County Fire Rescue, meaning the engine into rescue company.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
General high school education, and then you proceed on to a fire academy, which you are completed from that with fire standards. Then proceed on to first responder EMT, which are semester-long programs, a year of paramedic, and then subsequent classes in driver engineer school, as well as fire officer 1, which is another 5 or 6 courses to which you can then test and get certified to be a captain.
To attain the rank of captain, did you have to come up through the ranks and work the different positions?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And how many years have you been on the job?
With Polk County Fire Rescue, this will be year 11 for me.
All right. Now, Captain Parker, during your time in your position, not necessarily just as a captain, but just in your career, have you had the opportunity to respond to many different scenes where somebody has been injured?
Yes, sir. On average, about 2,000 calls a year.
During those many, many calls, have you ever seen a victim that has been stabbed, that had a stab wound?
There's been quite a few. I'm not sure as to how many.
All right. I want to direct your attention to this case particularly. What was your responsibility as it pertains to September 8th of 2024?
My crew and myself were dispatched to a call. It was dispatched as an assault call, which is a generic code out for something that was put in through dispatch.
We were responding per our policy. We staged at a short distance away until law enforcement's able to arrive on scene and make sure the scene is secured and safe. At which time we then proceed on scene and providing medical need or necessity of the victim / patients.
Did you enter the residence to see the victim?
Yes, sir.
Describe to the jury what you saw.
We entered through the front door, went through the living room area, back into the kitchen, at which point they were escorting the accused out of the residence. The victim herself was laying on the kitchen floor, supine, and with a pool of blood.
What does supine mean?
On her back.
Now, did she have any signs of life whatsoever?
No, sir.
The pale color, what is that indicative of?
Typically of blood loss or poor circulation.
Is she checked for a pulse and her vitals and whatnot?
Yes, sir. Per usual, we arrive on scene, check the patient's responsiveness. She was not responsive, to which I could then tell she was not breathing. A pulse was checked for and not obtained, as she did not currently have one. CPR was initiated for a brief few seconds until further extent of the injuries could be checked, and then it was determined among the crew and myself that the injuries were not sustainable.
So based upon the severity of the stab wounds, was there anything you could further do for her?
No, sir.
Now, what can you tell the jury about what you saw pertaining to the stab wound?
The stab wound itself did not seem to be very wide. It was kind of narrow in size. Upon further inspection after starting the CPR, so it was obviously pretty deep. It looked like a lot of the vasculature and the stuff inside of the wound itself was very obvious and could be seen, and that they had cut major areas such as the arteries.
Okay. What was the terminology you used? The vascular?
Vasculature, yes, sir.
What does that mean?
Meaning the tissue and stuff surrounding.
So the inside of her neck was apparent. You could actually see what was inside?
Yes, sir.
What was the defendant's demeanor like?
From my personal experience, it was a little odd in nature. He didn't seem very distraught or upset. He seemed kind of calm upon my entering the residence. And then upon exiting the residence, he seemed to almost have a, not a full argument, but somewhat argumentative with the deputies that were trying to assist him out of the residence.
Now, during the 11 years when you've interacted with different people at a scene similar to this, I mean, is there any one way to act, or do you see it all?
No, it's different for each person.
Okay. Was the way that you described the defendant's demeanor, did that stand out? Did that stand out compared to the other scenes you've been to?
Yeah, that's not. I mean, like I said, I've seen several, and to be distraught, to be upset, or to be in tears or even hysterical is pretty common. I would say that's what I see most of the time, and he didn't seem to be any of those.
All right, Captain Parker, I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you. Cross.
Captain Parker, do you have any psychological training?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Oh my God, I can't hear.
You did say that there is no one right way for somebody to act after they've been through either a fight or a traumatic experience, right?
I did say that.
So you cannot say what was going on inside of Colin's mind or heart when you saw him, can you?
No, ma'am, I didn't say what was going on inside of him.
And you have no idea what he's been through in his life and what coping mechanisms he has devised or that he has had to come up with to survive those things, do you?
No, ma'am, I've never met him before this.
Okay. And you have no idea what happened in that kitchen before you arrived, do you?
No, ma'am, I cannot speculate as to that.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Captain Parker, was the stab wound that you saw consistent with the victim being stabbed by somebody?
I would think so.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
No objection, Your Honor.
Stormy? Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the last witness for today will be Polk County Fire Rescue Paramedic Owen Mullen.
Step right here, raise your right hand, this morning, by the way.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Step up here, watch your step. Signature.
Can I have a name, sir? I do.
All right. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Owen Mullen, Owen-Mullen. I'm a firefighter paramedic for Polk County Fire Rescue.
Tell the jury about your training and experience.
So I started in New York State about 2017, 2018 as a firefighter EMT. I became a paramedic in 2021. I moved here in 2022, or actually 2023. I've worked at Polk County Fire Rescue since I moved here.
And in your current position, what are your responsibilities?
So on my career, I'm the lead paramedic. I work on the ambulance. So I make patient care decisions.
And was that what you were working September 8th of last year?
Yes.
Tell the jury about how you responded to the crime scene in this case.
We were dispatched to, I believe, an assault call. While we were responding to there, we got information on our dispatch that the patient had gotten an injury to her neck. She was bleeding. She was not conscious. And the dispatch was giving the caller life-saving instructions. And then we were going to stage in the area for a police to secure the scene.
Did you have an opportunity to actually go inside the house?
Yeah, once the deputies cleared the scene, we went in and I found the patient in the kitchen.
What did you notice about the patient?
She was lying face up. She had a wound in her neck. It was narrow and very deep, and she was no longer bleeding. She was not conscious.
And from the very deep wound, did you have any further thoughts about the nature of the wound?
You could see all the way back to her neck very easily. You could see her vasculature, her muscle tissue were obviously visible. And that type of injury is incompatible with life.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the defendant's demeanor on scene?
I did not directly interact with him, but when I did notice him, he was outside talking with the deputies. He did not appear upset, and he was almost kind of annoyed with their questioning of him.
Have you been to other scenes where somebody's family member, spouse, or close friend has been killed?
Yes, very frequently.
All right. And what do you typically see there?
Typically, they'd be very upset and hysterical, although it is different for every person.
Did the defendant's demeanor seem out of the ordinary to you?
Yes.
Were you the one that eventually declared the victim officially deceased?
Yes.
And at what time was that?
I believe at 1827.
That being 6:27 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, is that, I understand that's the official time you write down, but is it a fair statement that she could have been dead about obviously before that time? That's just when you declared her dead?
Yes, that time is when we called on the radio and I declared her deceased.
What happens
but
if you...
her actual time of death could have been before that.
Okay, gotcha. Do you declare a time of death if you arrive to a scene like a day or two after somebody's been dead?
Yes, because we are normally the first medical provider that sees that person. And usually when we declare that's the time of death, that stays with the patient, unless there's some other circumstances.
Okay, so as you said earlier, though, the patient could have died in a general sense, minutes, hours, days before. Correct. Not in this particular case, but just in general sense?
Correct.
All right, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross-exam.
Mr. Mullen, how many Polk County Fire Rescue personnel entered the kitchen?
We had a crew of 5 on my crew. I have a partner on the ambulance, and we had 3 on the engine. So I believe all 5 of us had entered. So I believe 5.
5 people entered the actual kitchen.
Correct.
And how many people laid hands on or got close enough to apply like the little stickers we see on Miss Griffith's body?
Myself, my captain who just testified, and then one of my firefighter EMTs had placed those stickers on. Those are the 3 I know. I don't believe anyone else actually had touched her directly.
The area where she was laying was quite confined, right?
Yes.
And the scene was messy when you arrived,
Yes.
as far as blood?
Yes.
Today, while you were waiting to testify, did you talk about your testimony with any of the other witnesses, say your partner or the captain or the deputies who also responded and cleared the scene for you?
Not exactly. You're just making conversation.
Didn't talk about this case at all?
We talked about the case, but not what we were going to say.
Okay. Thanks.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And Your Honor, that will be the last witness that the state has to present.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making up for your late day yesterday. We're going to end a little bit early today. It's almost 3:30. Please remember you're not to even begin thinking about how you might decide this case or form any opinions about the case. Of course, don't talk to anyone about it or look anything up. Please enjoy your evening. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All rise, please. Ready, seated?
Anything we need to take up, Mr. Levine?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
No, sir.
All right. I will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All right, thank you.
Okay, guys. Let's get started at 9 tomorrow. We'll be a little bit behind, but then we can speed through the morning break. And maybe we can take a lunch break tomorrow. I won't have a bug tragedy thing. Well, that didn't happen at lunch. When did that happen? I don't know. I don't feel good. I'm gonna go back to bed. Oh, good Lord, what a day. And now my husband wants me to clean up the bugs, but I can't reach the bugs because I'm short and it's above the kitchen sink. So he's gonna have to deal with them when he comes home.
And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So I will see you guys in the morning at 9. You guys have a good evening. Bye.